welcome you to this special program. By exactly 9:30, we'll be kickstarting this program. We just, 10:30 rather, but we just want to quickly give you some necessary information. Of course, this program is a hybrid program, and the majority of our participants will be joining us virtually. Of course, while we still have a handful coming in physically. Of course, to your right, towards the exit, we have the convenience there for both male and female, for those that want to use the convenience. And of course, also, as people are coming in physically, there will be physical registration at the entrance, and then they can pick their sign pack for them that has been put together for this program. I think by and large, trust us that this program has been put together by the DBO Green Academy, and of course, it is especially meant towards uplifting the career, especially of young Nigerians. It's been seen that when we have the youths that are growing and then without mentorship, of course, you see that there is no progress or no success in their career. And as such, this is exactly what the DBO Green Academy wants to ensure, that every Nigerian who is pursuing one career or the other actually have a proper mentorship and guidance. And as such, this program in particular has been put together to address that concern. Let's put our hands together as we celebrate the DBO Green Academy for this wonderful innovation. You can do better, you can do better, you can do better. All right, by way of introduction, I'm Tosin Akinwumi, and together with Shemilore, we'll be anchoring this program. Shemilore, let them hear your voice, let them hear from you.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to have you here. We're grateful that you made our time to show your face. And to our online audience, thank you so much for staying with us up till now. I can assure you that based on the caliber of speakers that we have for this event, you're not going to go back the same. In fact, you're going to go home with insights and strategies on how to make your career better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that is it. You have actually heard from Shemilore all about you are going to learn from this program. Be intentional, moving your career forward and upward. That's exactly the theme of this program. And we are indeed blessed to have the 23rd President and Chairman of Council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria in our midst. Put your hands together and celebrate Professor D.G. Olanrewaju, FCIB. Gives us a great pleasure to have you in our midst. And also beside him, we also have a very wonderful boss and master, and also a notable member of the ICANN Government Council. Put your hands together and celebrate our own elder, Dr. Gbenga Omidiji, FCA. Thank you very much, sir. We are glad to have you in our midst. Like I said, you are a boss and master to us, and we follow your leadership at every particular point in time. Of course, we also have here in our midst, of course, he will be joining shortly, the Registrar Chief Executive. When he comes in, we will actually make him known to you. We also have here the visionary of this Green Academy, this mentorship program, the man who has put every one of us together to ensure, especially that the young Nigerians actually have what it takes to move their career forward and upward. Please join me and put your hands together and celebrate DBO, Dr. Bode Oguntoke, FCA.
Also, we would not be able to complete that particular recognition without recognizing the woman, the mother behind our very dear DBO. You know, they say that behind every successful man, there is a successful woman. So please make welcome, very warm welcome, our dear Mrs.
Thank you very much, madam, for the support you have been providing. Thank you so much. We are glad to have you join us in this program. Of course, we also have here a very wonderful friend and brother who has also taken time to be part of this program. Ladies and gentlemen and professional colleagues in the house, put your hands together and celebrate the group head of internal audit of Continental Insurance PLC, Mr. Olugbenga Akinlalo, FCA. Thank you very much, brother, for joining us in the course of this program. Of course, we also have the very first speaker who will be taking us through all we need to know about being intentional about your career, moving it forward and upward. Shemilore, let's get to know who the first speaker is, please.
I'm sure that when we all saw the flyers, we thought, wow, this is such a formidable force. A woman of great and great accomplishment. Please put together your hands, and our online audience, we want to see your reactions. Oluwafermi Owolabi. She is the head, Purple Academy, Wema Bank. Please put your hands together for her.
You may still have yourself. Thank you very much, madam. We really appreciate you coming early to make sure youth take your session. Thank you very much. We also have in-house here, I can see DBO has brought in here professors to actually intimidate us, people like us, and I'm sure you two will not relent on our hours. Please put your hands together as I welcome Professor Wale Obadari. Let's celebrate him, please.
He is the founder and chief visionary officer of Digital Encode Limited. Please put your hands together.
All right, by my time is 10:31, and I think it's a good time to start this program. May we all rise as we commence this program? As we commence this program, shall we all rise? We'll start the program with a prayer, and that prayer will be taken from the third stanza of the Nigerian national anthem. We will echo it together, we'll chorus it together. The third stanza of the Nigerian national anthem. Are we ready to go? Are we ready to go? Let's go. O God of all creation, grant these our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Shall we have the national anthem, please? Thank you very much. You may take your seat. All right. Good morning once again, everyone. It gives us a great pleasure to welcome you to the DBO Career Summit 2026, the very first edition of this program. We want to welcome all the physical participants as well as the online participants, those who have even joined us since 10 a.m., waiting for us to actually start the program. The theme of this program is Be Intentional, moving your career forward and upward. I'm Tosin Akinwumi, and I'll be anchoring this program with
Oluwashemilore Ashaolu.
Please put your hands together for us. Put your hands together for us. All right, thank you very much. Without much ado, we want to quickly hear from the visionary of this program, the man who has brought all of us together to actually come and listen and then to be intentional or learn how to be intentional in taking our career forward and upward. If your hands are not too busy, put them together as I welcome to the podium Dr. Bode Oguntoke, FCA. DBO, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to give glory to Almighty God, the author and finisher of my faith. Is the Ancient of Days, is the I am that I am, is Lord God Almighty. I give him glory for making this day a reality. And I want to recognize the presence of the 23rd president of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, my boss, my Oga, Professor Pius Olanrewaju. You're welcome, sir. I must tell you that it was one of the mentors that pushed me forward to have my first degree. In fact, the first time that he asked us to go and take the form, I didn't take the form. But later, he now said, you guys, you don't know that there is linkage. We are not doing the linkage. Go and join. So, and then we started from Yaba, and then we moved to Agowoye. Thank you very much for being contributor to my life. I also want to recognize Elder Benga Omidiji, my Oga at the top. If you see me involved with ICANN activities, he's one of those that are always pushing me forward to say, you have to give back, you have to be part of the profession that you are professing, you are calling yourself a professional of. And he's one of those that are always pushing me. Please join me to welcome Elder Benga Omidiji. He's a member of the Governing Council of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria and the pioneer chairman of Ilukweju, Bagada, and District Society. I love IGDS. I also want to recognize, you know I won't be here without, but I will leave your own side. But let me recognize my friend and brother, Professor Wale Obadari. Even though the topic we have given him today is about AI-driven workplace, this man showed to us that youngsters can start business on their own and make success of it. So Digital Encode, when it first started, it was just like, see these two guys now, himself and Sheyi, and then we came together to say, okay, how can we support? And then now it's a multi-million naira enterprise. Professor Wale Obadari, God bless you. And my friend, Feromi, Popular Academy, don't worry, we will still bring the invoice. But please help me appreciate Feromi Owolabi. In case you don't know, Elder, that is Elder Doyin Owolabi's daughter. Okay, I also want to recognize my brother. I don't know why you always sit at the far end, but don't worry, next week is given. If you are thinking of next week event, don't worry, it's given. All right, that is Benga Akinlalu. He's my friend and brother. We always work together. And as others are joining, I will also recognize. But in order for me not to be evicted at home front, please help me appreciate my wife, Adekemi Abimbola Bode Oguntoke. I know other CEOs will still join. I'm very grateful. Okay? I want to appreciate all the green mentees. You are a member of Cohort 1, Cohort 2. If you are here, just wave. Cohort 1, Cohort 2. All right? God bless you. God bless you. They are members of the first and the second cohort of Green Academy. You are welcome. All right? Distinguished virtual participants, as we said earlier, this is a virtual event with physical presence because we have more people online than physical. And physical participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of myself, the Board of Trustees of DBO Green Academy Initiatives, Dr. Antonia Alebioshu, far away in Canada, Mr. Sheye Joseph, on errand on this event, Dr. Sheung Banjo, and my first mentee, Miss Inioluwa Bode Oguntoke. Please, let me appreciate them. And the dedicated and amazing organizing team. Please, let's clap for them. I welcome you all to this August event, the DBO Green Academy Career Summit 1.0 in the month of May. Very significant because today is Workers' Day. This event was born from one of the mentorship cohort seasons when the Green Mentees, as we all called, requested a conference to meet, network, and progress in their career. We wanted to wait until when we will be able to rent a big hall to accommodate 2,000 young professionals for mentor-mentee meet and network. But it was very clear that the day might not come so quickly. We have the capability, less the financial capacity. So we have to, like Nike brand, just do it. And that is why we are starting like this. DBO Green Academy is a not-for-profit organization aimed at growing young people in their careers and helping them make a meaningful impact in life. This initiative came from my experience in the early days of my career, when I had to make some hard decisions, but had few people to provide guidance. I made some terrible mistakes, but I was very fortunate to survive them and also appreciate the successful outcome of some. Unfortunately, we still have many young people, professionals, who are confused, overwhelmed, and even get depressed over matters that can be resolved by sharing with the right person. Some have advanced in age with little advancement in their career and wish they could roll back the years and interface with the right person for guidance. DBO Green Academy provides mentorship. And we should know that mentorship is about access and relationship. It's not a classroom session. Access to the right person, the right information, relevant experience, and networking opportunities. At times, you just need somebody to talk to safely. Somebody to help diffuse your confusion. Somebody to validate your line of thought or intended direction. A mentor is a person more experienced than you. Someone you admire, who can guide you in your area of endeavor. Nobody is too big to be mentored. My group chairman, Mr. Femi Otedola, referred in one of our retreats to Aliko Dangote as one of his mentors. And then in another forum, Dangote said, after talking to my mentors, please, I beg, who is mentoring the richest man in Africa? At times, at the same time, don't think you have not achieved anything in life for you to mentor someone. Where you are in life today is the aspiration of somebody, is the life aspiration of somebody. So be grateful. If you think you failed in any area, be ready to prevent the error in somebody, in others. If you think you have succeeded in any area, guide others to success. This career summit is designed as an avenue to learn, to network, and be elevated. The business environment is changing. The workplace has become Gen Z driven. And societal pressure is affecting many young people. There is a need for proper guidance. I won't try to dimension the theme. I will tell you that many times I will stay on the phone 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, talking to mentees. I've spent about 2 hours explaining the reason why somebody should not sign a particular offer letter, and the reason why the response, the type of response to give, even if you want to reject an offer. And we have seen good success. So without dimensioning the theme for this summit, which is be intentional, moving your career forward and upward, I must tell you that we have globally respected speakers in the house. And I know that they will do justice to the papers. And you will move your career forward and upward. Today, I'm so delighted that this is a reality. Physical and virtual, through Zoom, through YouTube, through Instagram. Otumba, you can come here. Through Instagram and Facebook. I will always remember this day as a day of a little beginning. And all of you who are starting the journey with us, we look forward to when we can go beyond the summit to a bigger youth empowerment program. Business grants in dollars. We could see that in the recent time. Business grants in dollars. Scholarship for local and foreign studies. The whole vision and bigger picture is to contribute positively to the society and to have a league of productive and ethical young professionals, welcome my brother, and business owners. This is our little way of making today and tomorrow better. For your growth, be intentional. For your progress, be intentional. In this changing environment, be intentional. For your own defined success, not success defined by the society, be intentional. This is to help with direction. This is to see you at the top. This is to move you from the shop floor to the boardroom. This is to see you realizing your dreams, your ambitions, and your aspirations. Thank you very much. And I recognize Otumba Tolu Ogundipe and Ezekiel Sholesi. You are welcome. God bless you. And my colleague in the office, Didi Dipo Dirisu. You are welcome. Thank you all, and let's start moving our career forward and upward. God bless you.
Thank you very much, DBO. Let's put our hands together for him. We can do better. Okay, all right. I can even see DBO has also completed the other part of introduction. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. Now, Of course, we are being honored, graciously honored, with the presence of the 23rd President and Chairman of Council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. Please put your hands together as I welcome to the podium Professor Pius Olanrewaju, FCIB,
Standing ovation,
as he gives
please.
us his goodwill message.
The visionary of this wonderful program, DBO. You may not know that today is what a poet said some years ago, that there is a day that can never die. Today we go on in my career trajectory as a day that cannot die in my heart. Thank you for making this a reality. Madam, thank you immensely. I'm meeting you for the very first time, but I've met this man on several occasions as a colleague in the class. And we had a wonderful session together. And I knew today is a reality because you are there for him. God Almighty will continue, to bless the home. Let me respectfully recognize my co-professor that is there. Thank you, Prof. And the eminent, facilitators that are here, most especially from the banking industry, especially the Wema Bank, that the MD having to be a very close and supportive friends. And all other eminent leaders that are here. I can see Otumba too. Otumba, we have gone a long way. They are all my friends that are here. Thank you for coming to honor this great mind that is doing a great thing on this great day. That's the 1st May of 2026. The virtual participant, I thank you immensely for keying into this program. I will advance 3 reasons why I'm happy today, why the day cannot die. Number 1 is that I met this gentleman a couple of years ago as a friend in the classroom, and I'm a kind of person that's so passionate. If there's anything I have, if I'm standing as the president of CIBN today, not because of money, but because I have people that I've taught over the years in the banking industry. There's no bank I enter today that I will not, you mention my name, that there won't be plethorians of people that will come out to support me. I want to thank you because you heard of that message. Some people will they will hear about a message. After that talking, that's the end. Some people will hear a message, they will hold on to it, and they will see how they can improve on it. You are even taking the mentorship to a greater level now. I want to thank you once again. I can't thank you enough. That's one of the reasons why I'm here today. I'm also here today because I believe that in what Roosevelt, the American president, said some years ago, he said we may not be able to prepare the future for the youth, but we can prepare the youth for the future. You are doing a great thing because you are preparing this youth for the future. And if for our future to be better, to be greater, we need to prepare them. Thank you again. The 3rd reason is the statement by Chairman Mao some years ago. Some of us used to read all those Chairman Mao and everything. But there's something I took from one of his books. He said, if you want to cause a revolution in a place, indoctrinate the youth. And you can see what China has become today. You need to see them some years ago, they were in rudimentary level. But today, it is a different China. China, is the strongest in quote, in the world today, as far as technology and other things are concerned. And I want to thank you once again for making this a reality. For my fellow colleagues that are here, he made a statement that resonated very well with me, that everybody has mentorship. In fact, somebody you mentor can also mentor you in future. You understand? You will realize that it's our advisor of a board where I'm a chairman. This man is an advisor. When we say somebody is an advisor, is a consultant in the board where I am the chairman. So you can see somebody that was my mentee some years ago now is adding value. So what am I trying to say is that the message I want you to take home is that, this knowledge is not stagnant. You must know that. And that you can learn from everybody. And knowledge is not stable. Things keep on changing. The only thing that is permanent is change. So please, as You are being mentored today by this man, by this great mind, spending his time and energy to do this. You are also expected to do the same thing to people around you in the church, in the mosque, in the workplace. And that is how we can build society that we are talking about. People are saying people are unemployed. But do you know that great establishments are looking for good hand to employ? I mean, CIB as the president, thank God the registrar just stepped in. There are some quality people we are looking for who will take us to the level that we are expecting to be. In the area of technology, we don't have them. And we have been looking for them for the past 2 years. So what that is telling you is that you need to reposition your career, and change as things move on. I call it what I call, opportunity for change. I met this man, as a lecturer in finance some years ago. When I was in university, there was a challenge. I have that privilege of being able to be quantitatively biased and also the other way, because I read sciences in the secondary school, and when I moved on, I moved to management and some other things. And I was teaching, there was an argument, that time, that somebody who is teaching quantitative corporate finance and some other things should not teach a law. And I know this law. At almost 40-something, some people said maybe I will not complete it. Now lie. There's always a time for everything. I completed that course. I moved as the HOD of banking and finance to the HOD of law program. And today I'm a professor of banking law. There is nothing. Don't allow anybody to inhibit you. There is nothing you cannot achieve. The opportunity, like he said, is that let us have a very receptive mind of being able to listen to others, those who have worked that way. And when you listen to them. When we started law faculty in Babcock University, people were saying that, who are those people teaching there? And I told my colleagues, don't listen to those who are talking. There is a meeting point. When we meet on the field or in the office, in the career, we will know who is who. And today, there is nobody. We are talking about law education in Nigeria today. Babcock cannot be thrown away. In the last exam, I posted it on my status this morning. 9% of the students made first class. Some years ago, 22% of the students made first class in law school. Who is bigger? So your future is very bright. Listen to him. God bless you. Thank you, the organizers, and have a wonderful session.
Please make it loud, make it loud, make it loud for the 23rd President and Chairman of Council of CIB and Professor Pius Olanrewaju, FCIB. Thank you very much for your word of knowledge. Thank you so very much. We really appreciate you. Particularly the quote that you may not be able to prepare the future for the youth. I think when that quote was being given, Nigeria was in mind, that you may not be able to prepare you may not be able to prepare the future for the youth. However, you can prepare the youth for the future. Please put your hands together again for him. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you. Now, while he was giving his goodwill message, we have some people join us in the course of the program.
We had the registrar and CEO of the Chartered Institute of Banking of Nigeria, Mr. Akim Orakinyo, FCIB, who walked in as the president was giving his speech, and I think that he also escorted him as he stepped out. We also had Mr. Oladipupo Dirisu, who is the head of risk and compliance. Good morning, sir, at First Holdco PLC. Welcome. It's such an amazing thing to have you with us. Virtually, we have some dignitaries who are also following online. We have the honor to have Dr. Titilayo Fowokon, the 5th chairman of the IGDS, and the very first female chairman. Please, let's put our hands together for her.
Okay, I think Dr. Titi is having 2 representations. She is joining online, and then physically she's also here, ably represented by Mr. Olugbenga Akinlalo. Please put your hands together for her. That's a double representation.
Yes.
Okay, we also have our revered past president, or let me say the revered past president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, joining us virtually in person of Dr. Razak Jaiola. Please celebrate him. Celebrate him. Thank you very much, sir, for your support and encouragement always. We also have our virtual participants and people joining us all the way from Rivers, Kaduna, Abuja, Lagos, and all of that. We celebrate you, and indeed we know that this program will be worthwhile for you. Without much ado, let's quickly go into the business of the day.
Yes. We have the honor to have as our very first speaker, blessed is she amongst men. We have Oluwafermi Owolabi, who is the head Purple Academy of Wema Bank. Please, you're welcome. I will.
Okay, while she's standing, we quickly want to take a citation. Technical.
We introduce one of our exceptional speakers at the DBO Korea Summit 2026, Oluwafermi Owolabi. Oluwafermi Owolabi is a dynamic force in the space of learning, talent development, and innovation within Africa's corporate landscape. She currently leads Purple Academy, the corporate university of Wema Bank, a forward-thinking institution that is also the driving engine behind Hackaholics, recognized as the largest youth startup transformation program in Africa's banking sector. Her passion for developing people and transforming organizations is evident in the impact of our work. As a certified human resource professional with the Global Professional in Human Resources GPHR certification, Fermi brings a wealth of expertise in talent management, learning design, and organizational development. She has consistently delivered high-impact programs and strategic initiatives that not only empower individuals, but also position organizations for the future of work. Oluwafermi is also globally recognized as a thought leader. She is a published TEDx speaker featured on TED Global, where she has shared powerful ideas that inspire growth, innovation, and purposeful leadership. In addition, she's a certified coach and a trainer with the International Coaching Federation, a licensed business consultant, and a design thinker, a combination that uniquely equips her to drive transformation at both individual and organizational levels. Beyond her corporate achievements, Fermi is deeply committed to youth development and global impact. She actively contributes as a member of the Young Youth Constituency at the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, where she champions initiatives that empower young people across Africa through education, mentorship, and transformative learning experiences. With over 13 years of professional experience, she has built a strong reputation for blending creativity, adaptability, and strategic insights to deliver measurable results and sustainable growth. Today, she joins us to share powerful insights that will challenge us to be more intentional about our personal and professional growth, unlock our full potential, and strategically position ourselves for the evolving future of work. Ladies and gentlemen, do join us in giving a warm welcome to Oluwafermi Owolabi.
Warm welcome, please.
Put your hands together as we welcome out to the podium Oluwafermi Owolabi, the head of Purple Academy Wema Bank. She'll be speaking to us on Be Intentional, building resilience in the face of underemployment. Let's enjoy this for the next 30 minutes.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning to the distinguished virtual audience as well. Happy Workers' Day. Please look at the person beside you and say Happy Workers' Day. Do I have your permission not to be formal? Because it's Workers' Day, so we're on holiday. All right. So I am supposed to be speaking to you about the topic, Be Intentional, building resilience in the face of underemployment. But I think the topic has already been spoken about by the convener and the president. So now that it's Workers' Day, let's just give ourselves a round of applause and call it a day. I'm joking. I honestly think they've done justice to most of the topics that are going to be spoken about in their short introductions. But I will do my best to share my experience on what this is. When I think of the word intentionality, I think of a lot of things, and I think it hit me when a particular gentleman that works in my organization, is an executive director, started to ask this question every time he had a session. So I'm going to ask it. Can anyone tell me how many stairs they climbed on their way in here? Anyone? Did anyone count? I can guess the answer is no one knows the answer. Or can anyone tell me how many chairs are in this room? Or can anyone tell me the first thing that was said today? Absolutely first. I'm sure it was good morning. I feel like it was good morning. But when you look at the word intentionality, people go to big things. What I'm trying to say is look at the small things. It's consciousness. It's being aware. It's doing something deliberately. Now, the truth of it is, a lot of people, if you remember the fact that I talked about the stairs, are mentally going to try to count it on their way out. A few people have started trying to look around the room to see if they can do quick cross multiplication to count how many chairs are in this room. True or false? What I've done is I've woken your mind to something that you weren't paying attention to. And that's really what life is. A lot of people say, take time to smell the flowers. But a lot of people don't actually do it. Because you wake up when you wake up, then your phone happens, then life lives, then adulting adults, then work works, then the day is gone, and weeks, and months, and years. And what you start to hear people say is, there's not enough time, there are not enough jobs, there are not enough opportunities, I'm not good enough. There's not enough skill, there's not enough money. See, that one, I agree. I agree. Anybody that wants to contribute to my destiny, 000-419-4190. But all we do is blame it on the environment and on everything else, but on our reality. The reality that says that we're not paying enough attention to the things that truly matter when they should matter. Now, there's a movie called In Time. It's a movie with Justin Timberlake. For those of us who are Gen Zs, I'm sorry. I'm trying, but I'm not actually there again, but I'm still trying. It's a movie where time is currency. So you basically look at your skin like a watch, and you use it to pay for things. And when the time on your hand finishes, you drop dead anywhere you are. I typically use it in my classes and ask people that if time was money the way this movie is, true, let me ask you, will you spend your time the exact same way you do right now? You know that for working out is 3 hours. Then they tell you, take Uber, 27 hours on a 30-minute journey. I feel like we'd all start to make different decisions. So what I mean is, are the slides up, please? I do have slides, but if they don't come up, it's fine. I have it on my devices. I want you to say this to the person beside you. You're not stuck. You're underutilized. Virtual audience, you can say it to yourself. You're not stuck. You're underutilized. Now, what I mean is that some people say the problem is having the job, but other people that have the job still have a problem. And what I find is that the most dangerous careers are not the careers that are failing. They are the careers with people that are comfortable, underpaid, and quietly wasting their potential because they don't even want to check if they're worth doing more. So basically, you're settling. And then for the people who claim that the problem is the employment system, why I speak to underutilization is that through the years of your life, let's not talk about your career, you have developed thousands of skills that can become value if you were paying attention or if you were expanding on any one of them. And at some point, I'll share a little bit about my own story. But you find that you have overqualified people that are under-challenged, people that are busy, but they're not building anything meaningful, people that are paid, but they're not valued, people that are employed, but they're not evolving. And I think Dr. Bode talked about people not becoming better over time, people that are comfortable, but they're quietly frustrated. You don't believe me? Ask the people that have been oil and gas for 35 years. The money is there, but there's something missing. So the question is, what really can give you that satisfaction? What really can give you that thing? It's not a job, it's a mental alignment. It's finding purpose. So you can laugh, all these pictures are real. The top picture on the left is me. 16 or 17 years ago, about 17 years ago, when I started my career, strangely, in First Bank. Please, you guys should give them a round of applause. So they're my alma mater. That was me at the start of my career, thriving, enjoying life, feeling good, growing in HR, doing my master's, feeling on top of the world. And then I decided that I had never experienced anything deviant. So my goal in life is to be a deviant corporate worker. I'm serious. And when I say deviant corporate worker, I try to break all the rules, but my goal is still to make it to the top of that same corporate career, because I feel like, why do I have to do it like this? And I've always been like that. So I made a decision at some point, and I decided to leave the bank for absolutely nothing. It was tied to a good thing, let's be fair. I got married to a first banker, so there was a policy backing it at the time. But I didn't have to leave, or I was told not to, because years later, that policy got dissolved. And everyone said, you're in HR, you're excellent staff, you're high potential staff. Stay, we're getting this thing approved. They will reverse it. And I said no. The reason I said no is, please don't laugh. It sounds like a success story, but to some people who may have experienced it, it's not. Never failed anything in my life. Never failed a test, never failed an exam, never got delayed. Finished primary school at 8, secondary school at 15, university at 18. So it felt like, wait. Let me even write the jam twice now. Let me do something. I need to experience what this thing is. And that was why I said, you know what, I don't want to do anything again. I'm young anyways. How many years have I spent here? And I left. Oh, boredom finished me. Fire! The first month I was vibing, gym era, jogging every day, newly married. Then I started to cook all the things you could imagine. Breakfast, tea, lunch, extra tea, because there was nothing to do. And after a while, I started to feel confused, because then I started to look for work. Now, I have parents that very fortunate, very thankful, very blessed. A mother, may her soul rest in peace, that did excellent work. But she passed when I was in university. And years after she passed, I was getting opportunities only because of her last name. And a lot of people used to tell me that you better call your parents, let them help you. But then I made a decision when I finished university. I said I was never going to get a job through connection. I was never, ever. Please, I've changed my mind. I'm now an adult. But then I told myself, because I came from a family where in one phone call, you would get a referral, but you would never get the kind of work that you did. And before First Bank, I worked in another bank. I won't mention the name. But the MD was related to me. And so I would go to the office, then they would serve me breakfast. Then they would tell me, no, don't worry, just sit down. How are you? Are you okay? And then they will come in the afternoon and say, so what do you want for lunch? I was a copper. And I'm like, where is the work? It's okay. Don't worry. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing this. So that was how I found First Bank. Can you please put the picture back up at some point? I applied in the newspaper like everybody else. I passed the exam and I got in. And the first day, the head of HR then, IOJICME, saw me and said, Daddy helped me. That means your daddy didn't call me in. And I said, I know. I didn't even know you were here. She's like, so how did you get in? I did test. But how did you get? I passed the test and I did the interview and I passed it. And my dad was livid because they're like, wait, why did you stress yourself? I'm like, because I have a brain and I want to see what it's capable of outside the support that they gave me. For me, it was an opportunity to just try life. And I was young, so I wasn't afraid. I was very young. I was the youngest staff of First Bank, Nigeria. On the full staff list, I was 19-year-old banker, so I did not care. Now, what I'm getting at is, there was something that said take risks, and I'll get to the lessons. But then I now jumped and did nothing. And then I wanted to find work, but I wanted to find it on my own. So I didn't call anybody, so I started to apply. And then I wasn't finding work, and I was like, little smart me. What's going on here? 3 months, 6 months down the line, I got really frustrated because I'm an Ekiti girl. We like book and we like walk. And I couldn't find anything to do. And so, where's the picture? That picture in the middle was what I started to do. I started a small company called Senses by Sosa in my kitchen because all the years of my life, they told me I was an excellent cook. And I didn't have anything to do, but there was money for food. So I started to cook. And I wasn't doing party jollof. My party jollof skills are not great. Happy to buy it. But I grew up eating continental food because that's how I was raised. So I started to do ribs and steak. And at the time, it was still a very nouveau idea before all the delivery people came. It's probably one of the first. And then I took a risk and said, let me even see how well I can cook. Who knows anything called Deal Day? It used to exist a long time ago, around the time where Jumia and Konga started. They used to put up deals and sell things at discounted prices. And so I went on Deal Day. And I said, I'll sell. And they came, I served my one plate. They took pictures. That thing is Photoshop die. They took pictures of the food and said how much you want to sell it with no business knowledge or economics. Ribs, chips. I didn't even calculate how much it costs to cook me that one. Ribs, chips. I'll sell it for 1.5. People will be happy. You can never find steak for 1.5 in Nigeria. So I put up the deal and said, I just want to know if people actually like my food. First, loss pro max is what I made. But it wasn't a loss because I couldn't cook. It was a loss because I didn't calculate. In 1 week, Deal Day usually goes up for 7 days. Those of us that know it will know that. After the first 2 days, they called me and I was crying. I begged them to take it down. In the first 2 days, I sold 300. Clearly because steak for 1.5, this girl is mad. I'm buying. But then from the 300, I started to get birthday parties, weddings. And the real reason I started to cry was I had zero capacity. It was just me and myself in my kitchen that was small on a 4-burner. Now, after 7 days, delivering close to 3,000 orders. And I had a week to deliver. Bike guys, ShopRite. I bought from ShopRite supplier. My dad has a pig farm and was now killing pigs because I said, you want to end my destiny, you better start killing them. And I was going crazy. But what is the lesson that I learned there? I went from zero to finding something. We all cooked with sand when we were young, Abi. So harnessing a skill that I didn't even know could thrive. But I found something to do because I wasn't afraid. And then somewhere around there, I got a job. A job that was very unassuming for me, to set up a theater arts company with stage plays that had the likes of Lala when she first started acting, and Adeswa. If anyone wants to get a reference, 5 Maids of Fadaka. There's a very old play at Muson Center. I built that company with a lady who used to work in First Bank that left at the time as well. And that was my job, theater arts and stage plays. But I also remember that I had a past where I used to dance. And on the side, I am a trained professional dancer. So I found something else to do. Years down the line, neither of these things are on my CV. But there's one more thing that I couldn't quite put. I wasn't sure which picture to put because it's still something I do. I built a company called Play Smart that focuses on gamified solutions and team building. And people attend my team buildings and say, so how do you build these scavenger hunts? I'm like, I watched Ultimate Search. So these puzzles, this jigsaw puzzle idea of companies and corporate sectors, they're creative. I'm like, I played with puzzle and Lego as a child. I just carried my game and found a way to recreate it. What am I saying? Intentionality is being aware of who you are, where you are, and what you have, the things that you know, and using it to create meaningful value as you move forward. And that's why I said a lot of times you're underutilized because you're not necessarily aware. Now, what happens is that if you don't use the things that you have, you will lose them. And you have so much in you. We all do. Because your skills will decay faster than you think. Languages will change, time will change, your confidence will start to shrink. But what you have not noticed is you have seeds that have been planted in you from play, from love, from growth, from learning, from fear, from failure. And even if you don't have that job, underemployment is not a dead end. It's data. It's information. It's telling you maybe this thing isn't needed the way that it's needed. Maybe there's enough of this and I can be something else. Because everybody has a superpower in them. More people have more than one superpower in them, but you don't know unless you train it. And the world is not looking for photocopiers. The world is not looking for copy and paste. The world is looking for you, whoever that is. Because what you find is that every puzzle, every picture is made up of different parts. So if everybody tried to be everybody, then there would be nobody that would be relevant. Because all would have, think of stew with only Maggi, no pepper, nothing. Oil, then plenty Maggi. You need a mix. So we need you. And if you're not ready to be intentional, to know who that person is, what that person is made of, what you find is that you start to decline. So how can you be intentional? You activate. Activate is an acronym. I'm in my acronym era because adult education says we're forgetting everything. So this is how I remember. The A stands for audit. Audit your reality. Audit your reality means ask yourself where you really are. What is going on in the environment? What's happening? How can you position yourself? What are the real problems that exist? Because sometimes the only way to create value is to find a problem to solve. In fact, most times. And the next one is C, close the gap. When you find out exactly where you are, look for how to close a gap. That is your ticket to wealth. That is your ticket to growth. That is your ticket to value creation, because people can only hand you money when they see something meaningful that will come out of it. The T is tell a better story. I cannot overemphasize how many people's I strategically designed and cleaned the compound on link. Calm down. English and ChatGPT, write the story in English, the way people will actually understand what you did. A lot of people are underbranded because you're saying everything, too many things, and nothing at all. Because you're posting everything, too many things, and nothing at all. So find out, who do you want to be? And it's a hard journey because you have to go back into yourself and take time, spend time. The I is increase. I would say increase your surface area of luck. A lot of people say, oh, they are lucky. If you're an Instagram girly or gentleman, online or here, you would probably see some reels that were trending a while ago that say, oh, she's lucky. And then the person says, the luck. Then they show all the hard work that went into it. For instance, a lot of people say that, oh, you're lucky how small statured you are, even though you're I'm like, it's not luck. I go to the gym at 4:45 every day, but we can call it luck. There is a lot of work that goes into luck. So increase your surface area means that apply more, speak more, network more. The more people you know, the more places you go to, environments like this. Don't be afraid. Introduce yourself, because one day that one connection becomes 6 degrees of separation. And that's Harvard's principle to say the whole world is connected by 6 people. So the more people you know, the more you're likely to grow. The V, value the creation mindset. Find problems to solve. A lot of us are seeing the problems and talking about the problems. How about take a step and actually ask, let's not wait for the perfect solution. Let's not wait for the perfect rule. I've started preaching a message. It's not better perfect than done. It is better done than perfect. Even your phone upgrades the OS after you bought it, and you will see click to upgrade, which means it wasn't perfect. So what are you waiting for? Start something. Start anything, whether people like it or not. Every business that is thriving today, every industry that is growing today, the food industry, the fashion industry, the social media industry, was because during COVID, some people decided to do Bob Daddy and drop. And we found out we liked it. And people are making millions of it. Adapt relentlessly. Adaptability is the single most important skill, next to a couple of things, emotional intelligence, communication, but it is the single most important skill you need for a world that we're all unprepared for. What does adaptability mean? Fit into any space. Create a mindset that tells you to. There's a book called Who Moved My Cheese? It has 2 little people called Hem and Haw, 2 mice called Sniff and Scurry. And things, it's about change management. There are videos, you can watch it, you can read it. But basically, that book speaks to the ability of the human being to change and the fact that it's all in your head. You tell yourself you can, you will. I usually tell people that this is how easy adaptability is. If it rained on Monday and you got wet, will you take an umbrella outside on Tuesday? Yes or no? You will, right? That's adaptability. You've changed. So that's simple. When it rains, carry an umbrella. When it stops, close the umbrella. When the sun shines, dress for it. But enjoy the process. The next one is take risks. They usually say high risk. Is anyone in financial services here? High risk, high return. And I know that we don't all have crazy risk appetite. But start small. You can take calculated risks. You can take strategic risks. You can take studied risks. But try something. And as you take the risk, keep auditing your reality. Keep checking. You don't jump and wonder. You jump and start asking, how do I land? How do I navigate? Where do I move to? The final one is such an important thing. Execute consistently. Because most of the ideas rise and fall in our heads because of the inability to execute or the inability to do anything. And for those of us that start to think that, oh, it's hard, you're behind, you're not behind, you're building. Every day you step outside your house, there's exposure. Whether it was professional exposure or non-professional exposure. Everywhere you go is an opportunity for you to learn something. And so this is here because I know that there's a fair mix of us. But for the people that are at the start, you're not behind. Forget your age. Forget that number. Forget everything. Just focus on building who you are and grinding like your life depends on it. Because a lot of people say smart work, but hard work and consistency are still a well thought out skill. And when people ask me how I've grown, I tell people, the only thing I saw my parents do, real talk, was work hard. I come from a family of parents that did not sleep. And so when I really want something, I remind myself that these people did all this and I can work. Being tired is a thing in your head. Please rest. I'm pro work hard, play hard. But put in everything, because when you do and you give it all you've got, you will get something out of it. Now, the truth of it, or the hard truth, nobody is coming to save you. No one is coming to discover you. Your boss is not your career manager alone. You're your career manager. Being busy is not the same thing as being valuable. So don't spend endless hours doing nothing to say that I'm busy. Sometimes I find out that you spend less hours creating more value when you're intentional about what you're doing. Focus on who you are. Focus on your well-being. At the mid-level, comfort is your biggest competitor, because what happens when you get a few promotions is, I know it now. This is the way we had done it before, so let's keep doing it. And then you just keep moving the way you were. But if you keep doing things the way you are, you will always get the way you get. Everything will be the way it is. Nothing will change. And we're in a world that is filled with change. Look at AI. Why aren't we writing in notepads anymore? Why aren't we filling out banking slips? Why are we all picking up our phones to download apps? We're doing it because the world has changed, and acceptance of change. So focus on repositioning yourself. Build leadership, build specialization. And to people who are senior, I need you to remember that relevance is earned, not assumed. And the senior people are the hardest to move forward in their careers because they've almost reached the peak of self-actualization. And what I tell most people is, when you're senior, they want to carry your bag. They want to help you out of your car. They want to serve you food. They're not doing it for you. They're doing it for your position. I dare you to leave that office in 15 minutes. Some people will walk past you like you never existed. I was at the SHREM conference last year, and the white American president, why did I forget his name? The last president. Not Trump, not Obama. The one before that. Biden attended SHREM conference. And he said something. He said that, yes, well aware. He said that right before he left presidency, came for the same conference. Private jet, fleet of cars, escorts, security detail, everything came at him. And he attended private room, bulletproof everything. And then the following year, he came on business class, not a private jet. With security he paid for with his money. Only because, well, I can afford it. And he came in, and some people didn't even remember who he was. Until they said, oh yeah, that's Biden guy. What's going on? If you build value as who you are, you will no longer need an office to define it for you. If you remember that you're just a number, you're just a person like everybody else, you focus on building meaningful things, not meaningful names or meaningful titles. So, be intentional or be invisible. But I need you to remember that underemployment, if that's where you are, it's not your identity. It's a season, but seasons only change when you do. So the question is not about the opportunity. The question is, who are you? And are you positioning yourself for whatever opportunity will exist when it shows up? Because it always shows up. The question is, are you ready for it? Thank you very much. I'll take questions from both the online audience and the physical audience.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for such insightful and powerful words. I mean, this already started on a great note. So if you did not take anything else out of here today, take this, that it is not better perfect than done. It is better done than perfect. Please put your hands together for Oluwafermi Owolabi.
Thank you very much. We actually learned so much from that powerful session, all about building resilience in the face of underemployment. Now let's move to another phase. We've been able to talk about 8 to 5, white collar jobs, and all others. Let's move to another area, entrepreneurship, becoming an intentional entrepreneur. And to do that will be Ezekiel Shulesi, the CEO of Live Simple. Put your hands together as a... Okay, before you come forward, let's quickly take your citation from the technical team.
Our great pleasure to introduce. It is our great pleasure to introduce. Our next speaker has dedicated his life to helping individuals and businesses achieve extraordinary results. It is our great pleasure to introduce Ezekiel Shulesi. Ezekiel Shulesi is one of Africa's most compelling voices in business strategy, entrepreneurship, and personal development. Prolific author, dynamic speaker, and serial entrepreneur, he is also a distinguished member of the Forbes Coaches Council, recognized globally for his contribution to thought leadership and enterprise growth. As the CEO of Live Simple, which stands for Life, Investing, Money, and Business Made Simple, he has built a powerful platform focused on turning complex ideas into practical, actionable strategies that deliver real results. Through his work, he continues to empower everyday individuals to achieve exceptional outcomes. Ezekiel is also a co-founder of Nature Gift Product Limited, a natural skincare company, and Smith Animation Studios, a key player in Nigeria's growing creative and digital economy. His impact as a business strategist is both deep and far-reaching, having worked with over 4,000 businesses and helped more than 47 companies scale from multi-million naira revenues to billion naira annual turnovers. As an executive coach, he has guided elite entrepreneurs to surpass the 5 billion naira revenue mark, while also contributing to global conversations through strategy and policy discussions across Africa and Europe, including speaking engagements at the House of Lords in the United Kingdom. He is the author of widely acclaimed books such as The Game of Money and The Entrepreneur with the Power to Change Our World, both of which have transformed the mindset of countless entrepreneurs and professionals. Today, he brings not just knowledge, but clarity, strategy, and a proven blueprint for building wealth, scaling businesses, and living intentionally. Please join us in giving a warm welcome to Ezekiel Shulesi.
All right, let's bring him to the podium. Ezekiel Shulesi, the CEO of Live Simple. After this session, they will now take Q&A for the 2 sessions that we must have had. Those online, please keep on sending in your questions. We'll take them together after this session, which will run for the next 30 minutes. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. First, I want to thank our convener. Is my Oga at the top. There are people that have sat in rooms that you hope to sit someday, and I'm quite grateful also to be invited here. My name is Ezekiel, and so my conversation, I want to finish in 25 minutes, so I'm timing myself and not take the entire 30 minutes. So my conversation here is really geared towards those of us that are entrepreneurs or intend to be to run a business. And in my mind, I think that is everyone, because in my mind, an employee is a business owner with one client, and an entrepreneur is a business owner with many clients. If you work in a business and you think if you work as an employee and you think you're not a business person, wait until the day you get fired, right? There will be a lot of things written in that letter, but one of the things that will be written is that we no longer require your services. So you realize that it wasn't you, it was your services that was required, all right? So what I want to share today is what are the things that you could do, whether you
run a business. How do you build that entrepreneurial mindset? I want to share just 5 things. The first is going to take from where our previous speaker, by the way, can we give her a round of applause? She did an amazing job. So she sort of ended around being valuable. So that's the first thing I'm going to start with. You need to be valuable. Nobody pays you. Value pays you. An organization doesn't pay you. Value pays you. If you work in an organization or you run a business, now I've been fortunate. I've been an entrepreneur my entire life. I've not taken a job. You know, I got out of school and I built 3 different businesses, and I'm grateful to God for the success. You know, they do, our knowledge business does over about 2 billion in revenue, and I'm very grateful. So I know how to be an entrepreneur, and I can teach you that. The first thing is you have to be valuable, meaning that if you are in an organization or you're meeting somebody, the only thing that they pay for is a solution that you have. Nobody likes you enough to give you money, except for your parents. And even your parents, at some point, they'll get tired of it. Right? You have to be valuable. You have to bring something to the table. Whether it's your ability to solve a problem, your ability to help the organization achieve something, help people achieve something, whatever it is, value. You know, the perfect example I can give is, think about footballers. Many of us don't realize that footballers are employees. Do you know that? You know, we think about them as, you know, they're employees. They're simply employees, right? When Ronaldo, I'm in the Ronaldo camp, by the way. So if you're in the Messi camp, we're not friends, right? So when Ronaldo moved to Syria, I was looking at the stats this morning of Ronaldo's impact in the Saudi Pro League, right? It goes to the Saudi Pro League. The year before it goes to the Saudi Pro League, the total amount of people that watch the league is 30 million worldwide. The year after is 250 million people watch that league. When Ronaldo moved to Syria, the entire Syria renegotiated their viewing rights because he has moved to the league. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the idea here is, if you can have job security or business security if you are valuable. Whatever it is that you're bringing to the market, it has to be valuable. And if it's in business, there are 4 ways to check. The first is, this thing that I am doing, does it serve a huge and expanding market? The market I'm serving, is it expanding or is it shrinking? For example, Nigeria produces 12 million babies every single year. So anything that has to do with growing children, you know, baby food, schools, that's an expanding market, right? For example, it made a lot of sense in 2000 to own a cyber cafe. Does it make sense to own a cyber cafe now? Because the market size for that is shrinking. The second is that, can I convert this to a unique product? Can I move people away from wanting a product category to wanting me, right? Can I move people from wanting a phone to wanting an iPhone? Can I move people from wanting a phone to wanting a Samsung? Can I be unique enough for people to want? Because if they want me, they'll pay extra. The third is that, is it in its time? There is such a thing as timing in business. Why? Because the people who educate a market very rarely make it. You know, she talked about deal day. And, you know, I tell people that, look, check almost in every industry, if you have the responsibility to educate a market, you won't be here when the market gets the memo. For example, we all know YouTube. How many of us here know Netscape? Not a lot of us. That was the first video streaming service, right? We all know Jumia. Very few of us knew Deal Day that she was talking about. That was about the first e-commerce service. So except if you have deep pockets and ability to burn through a lot of cash, if you see an industry and it's too early, wait. Do something else. Keep your eye on that market. But if you are one of those people that didn't read the kind of books we had to read, you know, there's some books that we had to read, like Start With What You Have, Start Small, Grow Big. You know, if you have the right surname, you don't need those kind of books. I hope you know that. There's some surnames that the book that you will read is Start Anyhow. Do you understand? I had a friend, we'd worked together. We still own a business together. His old money, you know, insurance, you know, royalty. I remember in 2014, he was telling me that, you know, a business that he was doing failed. He said, you know, I lost about 84 million naira in that business. You know, but you learn from these things. I said, eh? I said, the lesson you got at 84 million, I got it at 500,000. Like, by the time I lost 500,000, that entire course, I've passed it. All right? So if you are that kind of person, you can burn through cash. But if you don't have a lot of money, you wait until it's time. The fourth thing in creating value is can it build leverage for you? Not every business is the kind of business that you can do and grow very big, right? So that's the first. The second thing that I want to talk about is that you need to have a vision. Something that you want in your life more than what you currently have. And one very powerful key to developing vision is exposure. Right? Expose yourself. Now, if you are here, whether you run a business or you work somewhere, this is a very important advice and I'll tell you a story as to why it's important. Every month, and I do this with my wife every single month. Every month, get a small budget, 5,000, 10,000, whatever it is, right? 10,000. And every month, look for the best places in your city. Go there alone. Go there and spend only what that 10,000 can buy you. Trust me, it will save you a lot of money, right? One, when you get into an environment, you realize, exposure is what allows us to dream. You cannot dream beyond what you've been exposed to. But the second thing is, especially for entrepreneurs, never meet somebody in an environment and it's your first time there. You lose money. In 2010, my wife runs Smith's Animation Studios, is currently rated by Ernst & Young as the second largest animation company in the country. But in 2010, she had just started it. So she had pitched at British Council, they had put her, they had matched her with some investors, 2 investors. So we had a meeting at 4 Points. In fact, I posted it I was at 4 Points yesterday, so I posted, something, because I tell this story a lot. So we get to 4 Points. I mean, I was been to 4 Points. There's a lobby, like small tables, about 4 people sitting down around. So we get there, we sit down, 4 people around, the 2 investors, both of us, and, the meeting is going on well. Ever been to a meeting before and you know that the money is coming out? Everything is clicking, right? Great. So as that meeting, in fact, the meeting was going on so well because one of the main investor had worked as a subordinate to my wife's aunt, who at the time was a deputy director of CBN. So, everything felt like it was going on right until a waitress sent by the devil. And I'll tell you why. So this waitress comes, and the way waitresses are, they would come with a menu, right? So she comes with a menu, she looks at the table, and she assumes correctly who she thinks will pay. And in Nigeria, when you see 4 people gather, you know who's going to pay. It's the person with 1 pack, not, those of us with 6 pack. We don't have money. So she gives the menu to the guy, then turns to me and says, what would you have? Now, don't laugh at me. At the time, I knew that there were different types of tea. What I didn't know was that there were different types of coffee. So in my mind, if I said tea, she would ask, what type of tea? And I would be stuck because I wouldn't know how to respond because I cannot say Lipton, So I said, coffee. And to my greatest surprise, this lady says, what type of coffee? So I applied another strategy that my dad had taught me. My dad says that when you get into that situation, you ask, by the way, what would you recommend? Now, the key is that when you ask that question, you must never allow them get to the second recommendation. Because if they get to the second recommendation, you don't know it. But if they say the first one and you interject them, it will look like they reminded you. You get the idea? So this lady says, we have latte. I said, exactly. That's the one I want. So she said, no problem. She turns to the lady, my wife, and she says, what would you have? As a smart somebody, she says, the same thing that he's having. Then what came out of this woman's mouth is so shocking. I and my wife had made it a business to drink latte almost every day. She says, latte is not good for ladies. Okay, if latte is not good, can you tell us which one is good for ladies? Then she said, what would you have? Auntie, if latte, just tell us, because we have you, those of you that are Christian, have you read that part of the Bible that they said there was silence in heaven? You heard that part before? Everywhere went quiet. So the man bailed us out. Say, just give us cappuccino. That's how the conversation ended. No money. Because nobody wants to be your breakthrough in life. Nobody. You want to collect, we're trying to get 40 million naira for 10%. I mean, in 2010, 40 million naira for 10% of the business would have valued the business at 400 million at the time. But you do not know what cappuccino. I went back there 3 days later, and a cup of coffee was 600 naira. If I had gone there a day before with 3,600, I would have become a coffee expert. I'll have drank 6 cups of coffee. By the time I show up there the next day, I'll just look at the lady. She probably wouldn't want to have said me. I'll say, just give me the usual. It will look as if we are together in this. Do you know what I'm saying? So expose yourself. So since that day, every month you find 5,000. You see, you can get to a place, your 5,000 will only buy you water. It's okay. Drink it slowly. You know, because 5K water is probably wine. Jesus Christ has turned it to wine. So you drink it slow. You don't rush it. You drink it very slow. But you are there. You are embarrassing yourself by yourself. But do it. Exposure would help you significantly, more than you can even imagine. The third thing is acquire the ability to sell. Selling is 85% of what a business is. Selling. 85%. If you cannot sell, you're done. And you know the funny thing is that we all can sell. We just might not understand how to. See, if you wake up in the morning and you get out of bed, you can sell. You sold yourself an idea that today will be better than yesterday. If you're married, you can sell. If you have a boyfriend, you can sell. Somebody bought you, right? If you have a job, you can sell. A job interview is essentially a sales pitch. Do you understand? So you have to be able to sell. One of the most powerful things that I have learned in selling, and we've also helped a number of our clients to do, is to determine something that we call the critical success factor, which is at what point, where can I be where the person I'm talking to, because 80% of sales is sitting down in front of the right person. I hope you know that, right? Like I have neighbors that have Rolls Royce, very rich neighbors. And, I used to tell my wife that if somebody comes now, sees, a couple of people on my street, comes and starts to talk to me about Rolls Royce, no matter how the person can be so inspiring, I'm levitating from the ground. When it comes to payment, because you don't believe God for a Rolls Royce, so I hope you know that. Right? You have believed God, it has happened. That's why you buy Rolls Royce. Do you understand? So I tell people, if the person's job is determined by his ability to sell a Rolls Royce in 3 months, 6 months, I'm not the person you should be talking to. Do you understand? So one of the things that we teach people is something called critical success factor, which is what needs to happen for us to be absolutely certain that a sale can happen, right? So we worked with a travel and tour company, grew their revenue from 1.2 billion a month, to 3.2 billion a month. From a simple logic, say, look, you want to sell tickets? I said, yes. Where can we find somebody, right? When we look at this person, we know he has to buy a ticket. And we're absolutely sure he hasn't bought one. Do you understand? We know he's going to buy, we can absolutely tell that this guy is going to buy a ticket, but we also know he hasn't bought one. All right? So we started to, it was a strategy. We said, the best place is the passport office. Nigerians don't take passport to have a means of identification. So everybody you see in the passport office is going to travel. But we also know that the passport number is required for the ticket. So they also haven't bought one. So what we did was that we worked with them to activate all those stakeholders. Ramon and Shegun, all those people that used to hustle around. Do you understand? To activate those guys and create a referral code for those people. So when that guy is processing your passport, you say, where are you traveling to? Say, see, call these people. They will give you a discount. In fact, tell them it's from me. So now, you are getting Ramon. Have you been to if you go to passport office, you will see a minimum of 100 to 200 people every day. Do you understand? Do you know the value of 100 tickets? 100 tickets averaging about 2 to 3 million naira. You're talking 2 to 300 million naira in revenue that is sitting in the passport office Monday to Saturday. They moved their revenue from 1.2 billion to 3.2 billion over a 9-month period. The other people that we worked with in this regard is a dental clinic here in Lekki. They had grown their revenue from 10 million a month to 50 million a month over a 6-month period. So what happened? So we started to look at their operations. We realized that the critical success factor for a dental clinic is for somebody to walk in through the door. Because if somebody comes in through the door, three things are true. The first is that they don't have a dental clinic that they go to. The second is that they probably haven't seen a dentist for a long time. And the third thing is that if they haven't seen a dentist for a long time, at least they are optimized for scaling and polishing, which is what you have to do every 6 months, rather. So I asked them, how much is scaling and polishing? 35,000. Okay, good. What does it cost to deliver this value? They said, maybe about 6,000 now. Okay, no problem. Then we now said, but the problem that they had was that they had a 9,000 naira, registration fee. So I said, we need to take this 9,000 naira registration fee out, right? Because the value that you're going to get from somebody walking through this door is significantly more than the 9,000. I said, no, we can't. That's okay. You know what you're going to do? Give me one day of the week that you would do free consultation. So we got a team together, did about 20 different content. We said, look, just answer questions that, okay, if somebody has mouth odor, do a video about mouth odor, tell them they should come for free consultation on Thursday. Do a video about broken teeth, tell them they should come for free consultation on Thursday. Do a video about pain in their tooth. So the only thing that they allowed us was that Thursday. So they did all this content, all these videos, and they would end every single video with, to book a free consultation, come, fill this, whatever, so that you can come on Thursday. Sales skyrocketed. Why? Because that 9,000, because when they call, the person who is picking up the call would tell them, 9,000 for consultation. That's more 9,000 is the reason why most people were not coming. But when people have free consultation, they will come in. When they come in and they sit down with you, they don't have a dentist. They haven't seen one in at least 6 months. They're there. No matter what's happening to them in their mouth, they will do scaling and polishing. And when they do scaling and polishing, then you can do, fill the teeth. You can do all these other procedures. So in selling, you need to identify what's the critical success factor. What's the one thing that my entire operation should focus on? Because I know that if I get to that point, that person definitely needs my service. Number 4 is networking. This is the key. The people you are looking for are not looking for you. So if you are ever going to meet them, it's you that will go and look for them. I hope you know that. The people, they're not looking for you. They don't need you. So I tell people, say, Dangote is in a WhatsApp group right now. It's us that are not there. We're the ones that are not in that WhatsApp group. He's there. They are joking right as we're talking now. Somebody's laughing. You are not there. Do you understand? Always, and this is my test. If you look at your phone book and you look at your frequently called list, and 60 to 70% of the people that you call frequently are people that respect you, you're already running mad. You don't know it. You see, madness is not a total loss of your mental capacity. Have you seen mad people before? They're on the street, maybe naked, calculating mass. You see, that calculating that's calculating, he is not mad enough to run into the road and be hit by a vehicle. Have you noticed? So madness is just operating by a set of laws that we all have not agreed on. And the problem is that with so much poverty in this country, it's easy to think you are doing okay. 2 naira that you have, they are calling you chairman. You'll be shocked. I'm telling, see, I work with business people a lot, right? We have a mastermind community and every month, I put them in a room, and our goal is to bring somebody in the country whose business is doing at least $1 trillion a year to come and talk with them. Why? Have you ever watched all this Nigerian Idol, where somebody will come and audition? Somebody will come and audition, will come on national TV. He will disgrace his family name. And whenever I see that kind of situation, he's not the one I blame. You know who I blame? His friends. Because he sang to somebody in his house. And the guy said, forget that thing. If they hear you, now golden buzzer. Everything's soft. That guy now came and disgraced his entire... Have you noticed that they even do with confidence? They are saying nonsense. But they are so, it's as if they are in the spirit. That's the problem. The problem is the people around you are too poor. Always constantly upgrade the quality of people around your life. And the funny thing is that those people are not looking for you. You are the one that will go and find them. You're the one, no. You're the one that will go and find them. And this is how it works. When you start moving around these people, three things happen to you. The first is that, now, I know the day I made up my mind as a business person to, and you know, my business, I run a consulting firm, I do trainings, and in the knowledge industry, a lot of people think that it's not, I know the day I made up my mind I was going to cross $1 billion. And I'll tell you how it happened. The first thing is, as you start moving around people that are doing better than you, the first thing you would realize is that they are just like you. You would realize that they are not particularly special, that they just have fears like you. Their life is, and that realization is powerful, but it puts some people in a trap. They then get familiar. Don't get familiar. If you keep going, one day you realize that you are just like them. You see, that realization is different. See, the first one humanizes them to you. The second one transforms your goals. Because you realize, if I'm just like these guys, then why am I settling for small things? I remember the day I was doing a training for a client in Ghana. It was we had finished the session at 12 midnight. I was walking to my room, and it just hit me. Because I'd worked with that particular client, right? I'd worked with that particular client between 2014 and this was about 2018. And I'd seen their business grow from, that started the business in 2012, right? Trying to find 200, 300,000 there. And I'd seen their business grow to about 10 billion in 2014. And so I was walking down, I just said, look, I can do this thing now. It's not impossible for me to do it. And so the moment I said that, everything changes. The same things, because the difference between a big business person, a billionaire, and the rest of us is that when we start a business, our intent is for it to pay school fees. When they start it, they immediately see how it makes $1 billion. The rest of, and you know, what you want is what you deliver, ultimately, right? And lastly is grit. You see, the whole of business, have you ever written a business plan before? Business plans is full of assumptions until you get punched in the face. In fact, the whole of business practice is to draw your reality to be as close as the plan as you possibly can. That's all it is, right? And ultimately, the people who win are the people who don't give up. It's going to be hard. Nigeria is hard, we know. Poverty is hard, we know. Choose your own hard. Life is not easy. We know. It's hard to cry under Oshodi Bridge. It's equally hard to cry in a Rolls Royce. But you can choose where you want to cry your cry. Right? And both of them are hard. Don't get me wrong. It's incredibly hard to pursue your goal, especially in a country like this. But it's especially in a country like this that the opportunity exists. There are things that many of us can do that we would not be able to do if we didn't live in a country like this. So if you want to truly be intentional, be valuable, have vision, learn how to sell, build a community of people that are constantly better than you, and just never give up. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, let's put it better for this man. This is a very great one. You can do better for Mr. Ezekiel Solisi. Thank you very much, sir, for that wealth of experience that you have actually shared with our participants. Thank you very much. Of course, if there are more time, trust me, you will not stop, but continue to also dish it out to us. Let's celebrate him one more time. Quickly, before we start our Q&A session, for the 2 sessions we have had before now, let's quickly appreciate those who have joined us in the course of this program. Kehinde Abbas of the Internal Control Department of First Holdco. Thank you very much for joining us. Mrs. Ifoma Adefemi, Principal Consultant of the High Hill Room. Thank you very much for being part of this program. And also we have Rotimi Obende, the Head Private Trust of First Trustee. Thank you very much. We are glad to have you in her midst. Of course, you know that you that are in this room, you are not alone. We have almost 200 participants scattered across the globe who are also joining this program. We have some from Germany, some from UK, Abuja, Kaduna, River State, and then Lagos, the city of excellence. Celebrate yourself as you are here. Celebrate yourself that you could make it here to actually learn from this first edition of the DBO Green Academy Career Summit. Now, we want to go to the Q&A session. For the 2 sessions we have actually had so far. We have questions online. If you are still online and you want to send in your questions, you still have time to quickly send in those questions. And those in this room, if you have questions too, we'll quickly take your numbers down so we can get those who want to ask their question. All right, quickly, let me bring forward the speakers in the last 2 sessions. Put your hands together as I bring forward one more time Oluwafermi Owolabi, the head, Popular Academy of Wema Bank. You can do better. You can do better. Yes, you can fork over. All right, to also join him is Mr. Ezekiel Sholesi. Please put your hands together as I bring forward Mr. Ezekiel Sholesi, the CEO of Lim Simple. Thank you very much for being part of this. And to anchor this session, of course, we want to go solo now. You have divided us. All right, let me quickly bring forward Oluwashemilore Ashalu. Celebrate her as she anchors this session. All right, let's quickly take those in this room. You have questions. Can we see your hands up so that we can take our numbers? You have taken those who are joining us virtually. But for those in this room, if you have questions, let's see your hands up. Don't be shy. Be very free. No stupid question. It's a mentorship program. And, of course, trust us. People are on ground to answer your questions. Okay, I can see question number 1. That's number 1. She has bailed the cat. The next person. Number 2. I'm sure we are waiting for somebody to raise her hand first now. Now, there we go. Number 1. No, raise it so I can get a number. Number 2. Number 3. Number 4. Number 5. Okay, let's stop there for now. Please get to your number. When it's time, you come forward, use the microphone, your name, and straight to your question. I hand over the microphone to Shemilore Ashalu.
Thank you so much. Please, let's put our hands together for our speakers. If you have learned anything, you should be putting your hands together. If they have blessed you, you should be putting your hands together. So without further ado, we'll go straight into our Q&A session. The first question we have here, this is from our virtual participant, Monsuru Sulaimon, and the question is for Oluwafermi. It says, how do you think someone can navigate in their career when they feel stuck currently?
Yes, it's working. All right, thank you very much for your question. How do I think that you can navigate when you feel stuck currently? My answer is not going to be very long. Move. And the reason I say that is a lot of times when you feel stuck, what you do is you overthink it and then you stay exactly where you are. But think about it. You're driving a car or riding a bike and you're stuck in one place. The only way to change it is to do something. And anything can be something at the start. So I would usually say that work on your mindset in reality. Fix your head. You feel stuck for a particular reason. Are you tired? Are you unhappy? Are you unintentional? Are you frustrated? Are you doing something you don't like? Do you not know how to do what you're doing? Because there are many reasons you can be stuck. But once you find it, the only way to get out of there is to take the first step. Talk to someone. Make an attempt to move. Change jobs. Do something. And then after that, you can figure the rest of it.
Thank you so much. Please, let's put our hands together. The next question is for Mr. Ezekiel Sholesi. And it says, how do you build exposure if you are from a less than fortunate background? You initially said that you cannot dream beyond your exposure. So how do you build that exposure?
So, I'll answer this very personally, right? I came from I started have to pay my school fees in secondary school, and I went to a government school, right? I paid my way through secondary school, paid my way through university. My parents, used to live in a cotton. Do you understand? So the first things first is, if you live in an area that you don't like, don't have friends. That's the first thing. Don't have friends. I've stayed in a lot of places and I don't have friends. If you have friends, you stay there long.
Makes
right?
you comfortable.
So don't have friends. When I was in the cotton, I didn't know who my neighbors were. They didn't know me. All my friends lived in the Koyi. And unfortunately, like I said, they don't come and meet me. I go to meet them. My mom was frustrated. I said, look, they're not coming to meet me. So number one, don't have friends. Secondly, if you can't escape in the body, escape in your mind. So get books. The first thing that that's one of the things. In fact, I came here with my son. That's one of the best gifts that I think we've given to my children. We started in the last maybe 11 years. We read to them every night. Now they read themselves. We've only missed maybe 3 nights in 11 years. It's hard because I've had to organize our calendar to ensure that somebody is in the country and somebody is at home at 8 p.m. every single day. We've only missed it 3 times, right? Yes. And now, if you see, he's probably reading a book now. He finishes a book every week. Yes, and he writes a review on it. Because every week. He has 2 books in his bag.
Some adults haven't read anything this year.
Yes. He has a library of maybe around 200-300 books now. And it's 10. Right? Because you can escape in your mind. Right? Exposure isn't just about going to places. You can go to places in your mind. So that's the first thing. That's the first thing I had to do. Get some books. Yes, you might not have the money to buy the original one. Go under Ikeja Bridge. CMS Bridge. Buy the one you can buy. When you have money, when you meet the author, apologize and buy original one. But buy the one that you can buy first. If you can't find it, there are a lot of them that are even free online. Buy. Do you understand? And then when you are in school, no matter what school, I went to a government school for secondary school. I ended up going to a private university because I was going to go to OAU, and it was about that time where OAU was 3 years behind or 2 years behind. There was a lot of strike. And my dad made a very important decision, one of the best decisions that he ever made. He decided to put I and my elder brother in a private university, sold the last piece of land that he had, put us there. And it's unconventional, it's probably wrong, but he said something. He said that we would not make a permanent decision on a temporary problem, right? We do not have the money now, but I have this asset. If I can put you guys in that room, something can change next week. Something can change next. So on the fact that something can change next week, I got into a private university. It was hard. I got into the place. I was very poor, Let me explain how bad it was. When I got into the private university, we didn't have a place we were staying. We're squatting. Yes. But I was in private university. But I entered into a room. There were very rich people. People that didn't have money problems. So I started doing business. I learned how to measure in Tinubu. So I went into show and shirt making business. Right? I had 5K. I made 3 shirts, 2 trousers. So I learned the law of reciprocity in sales. You look at people and say, nice shirt. If you say nice shirt, they'll say nice shirt too. Then you can tell them that you made the shirt. But if you are walking around saying, I make shirt, no. Just say, oh, fine shirt. So, your shirt is also nice. Oh, I made the shirt. So now you're in business. Right? Put yourself in a room of people that are bigger than you. So even when I was in a government school, when I get into the government school, I want to be friends with the people who have money. And then the third thing that I did, which is very important, and I did that all through university, be very brilliant. Yes, I graduated the best student in my class. You know why? It wasn't because I liked academics. I still don't like it. I realized that when you are the best student in your class, you get to choose who your friends will be. If you're not, you settle who wants to be your friend. So, I quickly, the first semester, sharply closed it. When the first semester result came out, everybody knew who I was. So now, I didn't have food problem. Yeah, because I had a friend that if we are going to read, we'll read. We'll say, okay, let's go and eat. We'll go and eat. We will be all right. Remember, I was in a private university and we don't have house. So all those ones that I couldn't scam my father because there's nothing to scam. You go in faith. Do you know what I'm saying? So but the point is, you can do it at any level. And then when you have some money, take a bus, go to the right side of town and sit down. I used to do that a lot. I would go to Sheraton, sit down. Just sit down and just watch how people move. Just watch how people move. You realize that, and I started to realize when I started business, I didn't have the right office, but I would go to Sheraton, I would sit down. I started to realize that, it looks as if demons don't like where AC is. Yeah, because I realized that if I'm inside that place and I make calls, I used to get more yeses to my sales pitch than when I'm in my house. I say, that when I go into that place, I will quickly close the sale because I know those familiar spirits, they're outside. They waited outside, they are waiting. We'll quickly close it so that by the time I come outside, and I still use that principle till today. And sorry, I'm going to end with, I still use that principle to today, right? And my family, we decided that, look, if we want to set goals, we either go to a nice hotel or go outside the country. I tell people, the reason why people don't get their goals is because they set it in the same vicinity as their. Yeah, I'm telling you. Go. See, like when you go, like when you travel out of this country, December 31st, you now set your goals. You see, the devil is not as organized as you think. See, the demons in Dubai, they don't communicate effectively with the ones in Nigeria. So when you set your goals, they won't know. It will reach February before they get the memo. You have moved. I tried it with a guy. He's in real estate. He decided, I said, just leave your house. He and his wife went to do it in Marriott. They had done 150 million naira in sales the entire year before. They did it in Marriott. They planned it. And then they came back. He came to me in April. He said in January they did 50 million naira sales. In February they did 100 million naira sales. In March they did 150 million naira sales. He said the only thing they did different was that they went to go and plan in Marriott. I said, see, they don't go to nice places. That's why they say cleanliness is next to godliness. Find places where God is. Right? So take your Ikotun self and go to Ikoyi, look for a nice coffee shop there, sit down there, 5K, you bought coffee. Drink it slowly. Be there for 3 hours. Okay, 9K, okay, save for 2 months and do 9K. But I'm just telling, this is how you change your life. I've sold in the Yanoba market before. I've sold in the market before. But you see, escape with books and go to these places and be valuable. Because if your head is there, no matter how, when you enter into those right places, it's your value that keeps you there. Because they don't want you. They don't want you. Dangote doesn't want me as a friend, though. I have to force him to become my friend. So I have to be valuable to him in some way. Do you understand what I'm saying? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for that. So I want to ask the audience a question, right? His first point was to escape in books. Please raise your hand if you've read 5 books this year. We're already in Q2. Sorry, your professor is expected. Oh, nice. Please, let's put our hands together for him. No other person. Okay, 5 books this year. Literature, novels, self-help, Bible, our crossboard, 5 books. Okay, we have just few ones. 3 books. 3 books, okay. DBO, 3 books. 5, great. 1 book. Escaping in your mind. If it enlightens your mind, it should count. Yes, that's what I'm saying. If it enlightens your mind, then it should pass. So 1 book, anybody? 1. Or you have a book that you started since 2025 and you haven't finished. Anyone? But I think the vast majority of us did not raise our hands. So that's to tell us that we need to do better with regards to escaping in our minds, right? So we'll give the room now to the first person on the list. First, number 1, your question. Please, your name. No preambles, straight to the question.
Okay. My question is, how do you answer, as an entrepreneur, how do you know who is a good employee? Because I saw a case where some people were complaining, some business owners were complaining about how they don't find good employees. So how would you answer that question as an employer to those of us that want to be good employees? That's my question.
Are you asking the question as somebody that wants to be a good employee?
Yes.
Okay, because there are two different ways to answer that question. So I think we should hand it over to.
No, I'm asking as a business owner, because what do you as a business owner want to see that would that would make you say this is a good employee?
What we're going to do is take all the 5 questions we have, because we have a lot of questions coming in from our virtual audience. So we'll take the 5 questions straight. Then we would, please tell us if you want a particular speaker to answer the question, so we're very clear on what we're doing. So we'll take all the 5 questions from the live audience, and then we'll go into the virtual questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I had 2 questions, but one has been answered. So my first question was about drawing inspiration when you are stuck. And my second question is, a lot of people has a lot of business ideas, but most of them are stuck with financial capability. So how do they navigate that, or ways that they can help to achieve that? Thank you.
Number 3. So I presume that question will naturally go to Mr. Ezekiel.
Thank you. Selumon Yesu. Right. So I have 2 questions. One, right? Some of us are in corporate world, but the truth is that's not where we are not working where we actually want to work. But we're working for the money, because that's where the money is coming. So we're putting in our best. So limiting our potentials. So we have where we feel or know that we'll try better, but we've not been able to attain that place. And opportunities don't come there. So I need an advice on that. Then secondly, right, some people are built to own business. So he's talking from a part of a business owner. And we that in corporate worlds, entrepreneurship is you owning someone else's business as if it's yours. Right. So is it that everybody must be an entrepreneur, own your own business, or you can still be in that line of entrepreneurship in the form of corporate organization?
Second. Okay, that's all right. Thank you. Number 4, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is actually to both speakers, to just touch on it in a way, because you mentioned having to break certain ideas of yourself before you were able to, find yourself. And you didn't mention it in your story. I don't hear any background of it, but I just want to know, how did you train yourself to reject your narrative? Because I struggle with that. How did you train? At some point you had that issue. How did you decide you didn't want people's involvement in your life? Then how did you come from where you came from, and how were you able to decide? How did you change that thing in your head? That's my question.
Thank you. Do we have all 5 questions now? Oh, we have the last question.
Thank you. 2 questions. I think the first one is for Ezekiel. So many individuals have not started their business because of different risks that they foresee in the businesses and all. So at what point should the risks be evaluated? Is it at the point of starting the business, or is it after I've gotten into it, so I don't discourage you from starting the business in the first place? So then, what level of risk should be deemed okay for you to say, I want to venture into that business? Then the second one is, how do you strike a balance between gaining more experience and seeking better opportunities? So for example, you're in a place, I want to leave to another place to position myself better. But then they're saying, still be here to gain more experience. So how do you strike that balance? Thank you.
Thank you. So,
good afternoon. You mentioned that you didn't have any corporate experience. By the way, you look stunning. You mentioned that you didn't have any corporate experience. And I've heard you share like your journey, quite inspiring. But there was a transition point where you now had to serve corporates. I never had a corporate experience as well, and I've been doing things for like 16, 17 years. And there's also a transition where I have to serve corporates. Yes, I've been working on my mindset and stuff, but something just keeps pulling you back. You don't know this world. How do you have the language of this world? I've owned my informality. I'm not contesting. I don't want to be formal like you guys. I have a value I want to give, but I just keep thinking that because I don't have that experience in the corporate world, it would kind of hold me back, or they won't trust the value I have to offer. So I want to know how you transition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that question. We'll start with Mr. Ezekiel.
So let me start with your question. So I mentioned that I had not taken a paid job, but I did volunteer for a project. It was a £125 million project, but I volunteered to work for free many years ago. And again, how did I come to that decision? Books. I'd read a couple of books. One of the books I'd read was from Kiyosaki. It says, when you're young, work to learn, don't work for money. So I went to work to learn, right? And one of the things that I realized is that all of us are figuring these things out. You and the MD of First Bank, you are both figuring it out, because he enters into a room too, he's wondering whether he said the right thing. It's the same thing, right? So the thing is, just as much as you possibly can, prepare as much as you possibly can, and know that when you walk into a room, sometimes the thing that brings the edge is that thing you think is crude. That thing you think is not conventional might just be the difference in the room that everybody recognizes and say, oh, I like what that is, and you should. Because that's what I found out, that sometimes I bring street knowledge into these boardrooms, and they're like, oh, I never saw it like that. I'm like, I've been seeing it like that since the day I was in Ibadan. So, so just never, and it also gets to you. So never believe any story about yourself that doesn't empower you. Yeah, because everything exists in your story. Everything exists. The good, the bad, and the ugly. They all exist. It's just that I'll share a very short story. I had a lady who had a problem. She had a very terrible rape situation when she was younger. And she's quite successful now, but it was so bad, she was on medications. Like, she had to take medications every day. We had a 2-3 hour session, and that was the last time she took it. I spoke to her 6 months, she had not taken medication. Why? Because all we needed to do was to draw out positives from that. In fact, what happened was that I got her to think about a day before the rape, and I said, look, if I showed up from the future and I told you this was what's going to happen and this is how your life will be, and then if you don't go there, this is how your life will be. She chose the exact life that she had. Right? So don't allow yourself to think, all of us are still thinking this. I walk into some rooms, I wonder if I'm supposed to be there, but they called me. So I'm supposed to be there. So it's very important. I want to try and address the capital issue. In business, you can buy and sell, but if you don't have enough money, you can sell and buy. So you want to get into a business, you don't have enough money, that's okay. Look for somebody that's already in the business. So I remember when I was in university, when I got into 100 level, there was a guy in 300 level. His name was Tolu Luwo. He used to sell PSPs, PlayStation Portables. Never seen one in my life. Remember, I'm coming from homelessness, and I end up in a private university. Never seen one in my life. So I wanted one. And it was about 35,000 naira. This was, 2002, 2003. 35,000 at the time. Very expensive. So, and I couldn't afford one. So what I did was that I said, you know what? He sold them. I said, can I help you sell? And whatever the profit is, you keep it. When it's enough to get me one, give me one. Right? So, I started canvassing for him. People bought from me. He'll keep the margins. And when it was enough, he gave me one. The day I got that one to my room, I sold it that night. Yeah, because I realized that somebody else wanted it. I sold it. I got more money. And eventually, I learned the business. When he was leaving, right, he handed over that business to me because he was leaving school. And I learned something very powerful from him, especially as a small business. Keep a vendor that you use for a very long time. Because I remember in school, this guy was always fresh. Always fresh. Never, Sakwa used to hold people in school normally. Sakwa never held this guy. So how you always fresh? He said the key is that he bought everything from the same people. He bought his provisions from the same people. He bought everything from the same people. So whenever he doesn't have money, he goes to them and they will give it to him on credit because they know he would always come back. So very powerful lessons there. So as a business person, if you're buying something, buy from the same person because you're going to be broke one day and that person is the only person that will believe that you will come back tomorrow. So the person will give you that thing upfront. So now, you don't need money to start a business. You might need it to scale, right? But to start, if you don't have enough money, start it anyhow. Find somebody that is starting that can do it. Sell for that person, make a commission. You are building the most important thing, which is the customer. Because at the end of the day, the person that owns the customer is the one that owns the entire business, right? So you can always outsource production, but you can't outsource customer relations. Very, very, very important, right? And then one other person asked, how do you get yourself out of the kind of thinking? Biographies. So I read a lot of biographies. Biographies are so powerful because biographies gives you timelines. You see where they were and you see where they get to. And so it allows you to believe that the journey of your life can take a completely different turn. So I still do that today. I read a lot of biographies. I follow a lot of YouTube channels that do a lot of biographies. A lot. Because when when I left secondary school, I did 2 years out of secondary school before I went to university. Because I wasn't interested in university. I'd read too many books about people like Bill Gates that drop out. I wasn't interested. In fact, the reason why I went to university, which was why I went to a private school, it was actually from reading a book. I was reading a book called Making Money Out of Thin Air by Brian Sher. And he said, networking is the most important part of success. And the best place is to find people in school. So I said, so now I need to go to university. And so I said, if I'm going to go to university, what was more important to me was not the knowledge. It was the people that I was learning with.
Yeah.
Right? So you have to find, I hope I've tried to touch every single question.
Yeah, you have done justice to a lot of questions. In fact, we have some other questions from the virtual audience.
Last one is when you talked about, should everybody be entrepreneurs? No. In fact, statistically, the easiest way to become a millionaire, was a research done, is to be employee number 2 to employee number 5 in a fast-growing company. Being the entrepreneur itself is not the fastest way to wealth. People like me have lied to you, and you cannot be rich if you don't work for somebody is a lie. If you can be very rich, because even those of us that are not working for somebody, by the end of this month now, it's those of you that are working for somebody that are borrowing us money to pay salary. Some of us are still collecting urgent 100 million from somebody that has a job to help
urgent
settle.
100 million.
So listen, the key thing is value. If you are valuable, whether you are building someone else's business or building your own, if you are valuable, you have job security. And
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, let's put our hands together. I think you have done justice to a lot of questions that came from our online audience. But a couple of questions for Oluwafermi as well. The first one from our first question, which is how the traits of a good employee. How do you identify as a business owner? We also have another question about. Just a second. Okay, we have a question about what does stepping into leadership actually look like when you don't have people that directly report to you? What really counts? Then, how do you get access to the right person when you don't have the network to reach them directly? We have a lot of questions for. Okay, so this is the last question that I will take. How do you build how do you build a community of people that are better than you? I think you've done justice to that, actually. So we'll take another one. This is a very long question. Okay. Do you opt to job search or remain unemployed and just take your time to prepare for relevant certifications with the time available? I think this person wants to take the CFA exam and is asking whether to start to search for a job now or wait to get the certification before looking for a job.
Okay, so I had taken note of some of the questions from here and there. So if it's okay, I'll just try to bulk it up into
Yes,
answers.
please.
Okay, there was a gentleman here that asked a question about working in employment and sort of not necessarily, I don't want to say enjoying, but there are other things that maybe you want to do and you're somewhere between employment and entrepreneurship. That felt like your question. You said when you have a job. You want to take it again?
So you prefer that you think that there's another unit within that same organization that you can move to and be better utilized. Is not there.
Okay.
So you're underemployed is what?
So you're underutilized.
Underutilized. Right.
Okay. So you're in a corporate organization. You're working somewhere, and there's another unit that you think that you can offer better skills. Happens everywhere. The first thing I would say is don't be afraid. And I say that because if you ask them to move you, there is a likelihood they will tell you that, I'm in HR. They'll tell you that there's a manning principle, there's a policy, there's a list, they will give you the textbook of everything HR and basically just tell you it's not possible yet. Then they'll give you hope. Oh, but you know, if you wait with us 5, 10, 15 years, what I usually say is find it to do in or out of your organization first. In your organization, build a good network. So let's say you're in finance, but you want to move to HR. Go to the HR guys, make friends with them. If there's a project, if there's an opportunity, there's Workers' Day celebration, they're doing some campaign for people, there's People First Day, whatever it is, oh please, pick me. I've done this, I've read about this, let me join the committee. What you're doing is you're offering your skill for free to people who always need the help, by the way, because we're always overwhelmed. But what happens is that becomes an opportunity for you. And I'll give you a typical example. In my organization, there's a gentleman that came in to a training program. So we have that the class now thought he was an HR rep. No jokes. And they were deferring to, oh, sorry, class rep. He gave himself title. Oh, sorry, HR, please. By the end of this program, and the guy came at first and said, hey, that he started CIPM, but he didn't have money, so he didn't write the exam. So he was trying to pitch for himself. I'm like, okay, go to class. This guy coordinated the program, finished, collected attendance, brought report and said he has helped with a little training report. He just wants to submit, but wants to know if at least we can put him in a nice branch since, you know, he tried to help. This guy is a dean of a faculty in the academy 5 years later. Why? He brought himself out and he showed himself as valuable with an opportunity that he created only because he observed a need. And what I mean is sell yourself. Don't sell yourself short. Even if they tell you no, put yourself out there in the ways that you can. The other thing is outside the organization, you have friends, you have people. Offer your skills to people. When people ask me, oh, how did I start training? How did I start speaking? I said, I started for free. I just used to go to places and say, let me talk. I have something to say. All my report cards, they say she talked too much. I look at my dad and I'm like, you see now they're paying me to talk. Just offer it and keep moving and growing the skill. Then harness that skill. Even though you don't have the opportunity to be there yet, keep showing that you qualify to be there. Because one thing is your person, the other thing is your credence. Your credence says, okay, I'm not in the HR yet, I'm in finance, but I've done CIPM, then I've done PHR, then I did this. Oh, I'm also a certified coach and trainer. One day, even if you don't get it in that environment, you will get triple it in another environment because they will poach you for who you've become. Another person talked about, the lady in the lovely dress, by the way, talked about moving past your narrative. I think the first thing is, all the women here, give yourselves a round of applause. I'm not discriminating the men, but I think that there are a lot of stereotypes, and I'm pro DEI, so I drive diversity, equity, and inclusion. But I think there are a lot of narratives that typically stick with women. And I say this from a place of a long journey that I've gone on to master my identity or discover my identity. You are what you eat, and I'm not talking about food. When I say you are what you eat, I mean that everything that goes inside you shows on the outside. What you read, what you watch, what you listen to, who you're with, what you wear, how you act. Every single thing tells about that narrative. So if you don't want a narrative to follow you, change what you consume. Change the people you listen to. Change the things you listen to. Change the environment you find yourself. Change the outside from the inside out, but also from the outside in. And I'm going to speak to that a little bit. There was a period of you saw my first picture. That was early career days. I'm sure we've changed. We've leveled up. We know.
Yeah.
It was a long journey. But I didn't always think that how I looked was an important part of my narrative until I had a conversation with someone, and I'm going to pose that same question to you. On your way out of here, you'll see the Hausa boys. I want someone to give me a number from the audience. What's the max you give them for begging? Max. You have all denominations in your
Someone
wallet.
said
200.
200 naira.
Anyone? Going up? 500. Raise your hand. 1K. 5K.
No.
Do you see the Now I'm going to be real. Look at anyone in this audience and they stop you and say, hi, I'm really sorry. I know we've all seen those people, but I'm a little bit stuck. If you could please just help me. If you wanted to give them anything, 200, raise your hand. Or look at me, 5, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. Do you see the number going up? What changed?
Appearance.
That's all. You don't know me. You don't know my name. You don't know anything. And I was that girl in that picture that you remember. And someone had a conversation with me. In fact, I was going through early midlife crisis. I was stressed, coming from Magodo to the island, waking up at 4 a.m., going home at 11 p.m. So you see, the way I looked was just, Shebi, I came and I did your work. Just leave me alone. Let me do the work. But I came from a very vain family background. Somehow I just disconnected. In fact, I finished full certificate from finishing school. And that person sat me down and had the same conversation I just had and said, I would rather give my money to the rich than to the poor. And that is why the rich get richer and the poor get poor. And that's the same thing he said about exposure. Place yourself somewhere else and everybody will see you as someone else or see you as what you've defined yourself as. And when I get into my poise classes, I tell people, never, ever look how you feel. Look like how you want to feel. It's a very hard thing to do.
Yeah.
But never, ever look like how you feel. Look like how you want to feel. So I tell people, the finer I am, the broker I am, the more problem I'm carrying on my head. As in the day problem finished me there, make up 2 hours. See, there was a day that I was so frustrated with my job. That morning, I didn't even have hand to make up. Makeup artist on speed dial, please come by 4 because God will not allow them to see my problem. Village people cancel. And you know when you get into an environment where even they know the problem and they're expecting you to look like the problem and they're like, you look good.
Yeah.
Then they roll their eyes like this thing didn't get to her. No, it didn't, because we refused to allow it. You get into an environment looking a certain way, and even the angriest person is just like, okay, have a seat. Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
People start to change their opinions, but also be careful because pretty privilege can be called pride.
Okay.
But I'm saying this because that narrative is tied to a lot of things, but it starts with you. When you make up your mind not to look it, you stop feeling it. Think of that wedding you went for, that party where you were feeling yourself. Even when people start to talk, and that babe, it doesn't get to you as much because you know that day that you can booga. You feel good about yourself.
Yeah.
You start to tell yourself better things. So work your way forwards from that. The one about being a valuable employee to that question is first identify why you were hired and then connect with who you are. Self-awareness is being overstated, but it's not being overstated. It's still understated. When I say identify why you were hired, some people think I was the best. You were not always hired because you were the best. I'm HR. I'm telling you for free. Sometimes I hired you for your smile. Sometimes I hired you because you were fun. Sometimes I hired you for a certificate. Sometimes I even hired you because you knew somebody. Sometimes you were my 1% to make it look like I captured the black man in the white room.
Diversity.
But sometimes you disconnect from that reason and you become somebody else. So I tell people, what is your superpower? If I hire you to smile and you come and join the angry mob in the office, then you start frowning. Get out of the office. I needed you. I thought I liked your smile and you would lighten up the room. Remember I said a jigsaw puzzle has many pieces. So don't look right and look left in the company. Look inside you.
Look inside.
Who are you? What are you made of? Bring the best of that person. But outside that, conventional skills, I want someone that is consistent at work. You can only be consistent when you know who you are. Because wind won't blow you like this and you're dancing around. I want someone I can trust. So in a world where play or be played, you have to play office politics. Don't let anyone tell you differently.
Okay.
You have to. But you have to know exactly what you're doing. Be a person that I can trust means say things as they are. Be emotionally intelligent. And don't build on gossip conversations. Because the office rides and falls on gossip at all levels, junior, mid, and senior. The final thing is know your trade. I will not emphasize it enough. Whether it is street smart, book smart, or credence, you can come into an environment because you are liked, because you are needed, or because you are wanted. Always choose needed. Because when you are not liked or wanted, needed will save you.
Yes.
Work hard. Know your work. And because you are needed, once again, they will start to want you because, okay, well, this is the person that can do it the best. And
Right.
eventually, when he said something, let them need you. They will like you. They don't have a choice. They want something from you. So you have to do that.
Please,
Now-
can we answer the question about the person who said they wanted to take a professional exam?
Yes, I'm jumping to that now. So you want to take a professional exam, I'm going to be real. There are jobs that will hire you without it and pay you. Please, be working. And I'm saying that because all naira is a naira and all kobo is a kobo. However, if you think that you want to fully focus, there is a place for focus. So I can't make that decision for you. There's a place to focus to say, I want to bury and build. Bury and build means I'm going hard. But you have to be careful of your launch plan. However, I typically say don't let opportunities pass you by. You don't have to take the job that will distract you from what is important to you. You can take something light that will help you build experience, build exposure, strengthen your network as you grow along. And then after the exam, look for that big deal. But if you think you can balance both, please balance both, depending on what your reality is. But there are three things I'll remind you of. That there is a place for passion, something that you deeply love. There is a place for competence, something that you are exceptionally good at. And there is a place for your economic engine. One will always drive the other. If you love it and you can't do it, you can find competence and make it grow your engine. If you are great at it and you don't have the money, find passion to help you do it. If you have the money, let it fuel both. So to those people that are between corporate and entrepreneurship as well, I always tell people, even if you don't love your job, love what your job can do for you. My job built my business. My job gave me the opportunity to be a trainer, a coach. My job paid for my professional dance certification. Yes, I do have a certificate in dance because I like it. It's my dance, not your own. But, I mean, every day I get to my job, I sit down and I remain committed because even when I can't find the opportunity within the job, I remember that there are opportunities I get as a result of it. It is not an end in itself. It can be a means to a better end. There's one more about...
Oluwafermi, I think we have to.
All right, so we can
please. I know that if we leave her and we leave ourselves, we'll keep going on and on because there are lots of valuable insights that can be gotten. But please, to our audience, if we did not answer you, I'm sure we did justice to all the questions. So thank you so much, Mr. Ezekiel Sholesi and Oluwafermi Owolabi. Thank you for your time and all the beautiful, beautiful insights you gave us today. God bless.
Thank you very much. And before you go, we have a token of our love to share with you. And to do that is our boss and master, a member of ICANN Governing Council. Please celebrate as I bring forward Dr. Gbenga Omidiji, FCA, as he makes this presentation to Oluwafermi Owolabi.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, on behalf of the DBO Green Academy, there is an award of appreciation being presented to Oluwafermi Owolabi in appreciation of your immense contribution towards the success of 2026 DBO Green Academy Career Summit, today, the May 1st, 2026. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you very much for your contributions and all that. And now to Ezekiel Shulisi.
Again, from DBO Green Academy, here's an award of appreciation presented to Ezekiel Shulisi in appreciation of your immense contribution towards the success of 2026 DBO Green Academy Career Summit, today, May 1st, 2026. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir. And before you go, sir, okay, let's quickly take joint picture. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just a 1 minute goodwill message from our elder while we are preparing to go into the keynote address.
Yes, thank you very much. It's been a great privilege for me to be here. As a matter of fact, for someone that attends quite a lot of webinars, seminars, and talk shows, I must confess that this had been one that I've been very, very positively, I'll rate highly positive, because the knowledge that has been shared had been massive, and I believe that it's been so in tune with the needs of the young people that have been invited to this event. Let me just chip this in, especially on employer-employee. Let me reiterate, or let me just talk about what my generation thinks about, is that most people in your generation are not employable. Because despite the fact that there's a lot of high level of unemployment in the country, most people are not employable because they lost track. So it is not about being a good employee, it's about being a valuable employee. And that means contributing to the system that have engaged you. Most people I don't know what social media has done to the psyche of most people. You see a lot of things differently. And so even when you are engaged in a particular job, you are carried away by what you see on social media. Entrepreneurship is not easy. Everybody is not meant to be an entrepreneur. So please don't let us run away with everybody on social media selling one thing or the other, or thinking about setting up one business or the other. Like the speakers have said, you must know that being engaged today is providing you the means for you to even have some of the basic needs of life. Hold on to it, appreciate it, and be valued while you are at it. Thank you very much, DBO Green Academy, for this event, and I wish you best and success as you go along. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please make it louder for Dr. Benga Omidiji, FCA. Thank you very much, sir, for honoring us in this program. Now we want to go and listen to the keynote address. But we understand that most people love this part of the hall. and I don't know why, if you ask me. They all get here, they all get this side. When I just one side, we just sit down. Eh? Please, we will also need people to move this way so that the coverage can actually take care of every part of the hall.
Yes, please. The people at the back, everyone after the stand, the banner, please move to my left-hand side. Thank you so much.
Okay, I think that's fine. Please, let's move. Let's move.
Please, let's move to the left-hand side. Thank you so much.
So we can have a balanced
Let's
coverage.
do that quickly. Everyone after the roll-up banner, please.
Oh yeah, make we move now. Now so usher for church. Now like usher. Usher go say move now. Go say the usher Let's move.
Please, let's come forward. Let's come forward.
It's supposed to have
please.
a balanced coverage.
Let's fill up the first and second row. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So moving forward quickly, we want to go into the keynote speech for today on the theme. Be intentional, moving your career forward and upward. And to take us through that session is the immediate past president of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, CIPM, in person of Mr. Olusegun Mojid. Sir, I have the privilege and the singular honor to implore you to stand as we take your citation. Technical, are we ready? I understand the citation is not ready. Okay, we'll come back to that. Without wasting time, we have the honor to bring forward Mr. Olusegun Mojid, the immediate past president of CIPM. Please put your hands together.
Not so busy,
put
please
your
put
hands
your hands
together as it comes forward. Thank you very much, sir. We are glad to have you join us.
Hello. Hello. Okay, good afternoon. YF. How buddy? Long time. And I see you again, maybe I will.
Olusegun Mojid is an alumnus of the
You ready for
prestigious Yale School of Management. He is the executive consultant and global head of practice at Bezalel Consulting Group, the HR company he co-founded with his wife in 1994. A 1985 graduate of political science from the University of Lagos, he also holds an MSc Industrial Relations and Personal Management from the same university. A thoroughbred licensed global human resources, learning and talent development professional, Segun has under his belt over 3 decades of cognate work experience spanning several industries and sectors. He is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Personal Management of Nigeria and the 20th president and chairman of its governing council. having been elected to office on May the 26th, 2021. He is also a 2006 Merit Award winner of this same prestigious institute for his outstanding contributions to the growth, development, standardization, and professionalism of HR practice in Nigeria. A certified New World Kirkpatrick Learning Effectiveness Evaluator, Segun is also a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Training and Development. He is a Center for Management Development certified trainer and consultant. A member of the Association for Talent Development, he is on the faculty of the University of Lagos Business School as an industry experienced subject matter expert. His expertise, experience, exposure, competencies, and capabilities span strategy development and execution, corporate excellence, leadership, extra legendary customer service, talent management, personal leadership, self-mastery and emotional intelligence, life after work and entrepreneurship, change management and execution, strategic human resource management, etc. He started his professional HR career as Personnel Officer Management Trainee at Bakko Flour Mills of Nigeria Group after his postgraduate studies and the mandatory internship program in 1988. He led the industrial relations team of the company for 4 years before leaving for the banking industry as Senior Manager Industrial Relations or Winner PLC. In 1995, he was appointed Senior Associate and later COO in acting capacity, Bezalel Consulting Group. He joined Wema Bank PLC in 2001 as Senior Manager Human Resources and later became the bank's head of training, where he led the team that creatively initiated the first ever entry-level graduate trainees program in the then 60-something-year-old bank. In 2004, Segun joined V-Mobile Nigeria, now Airtel, as HOD Talent Development and Learning, where he was the HR lead for the Celtel rebranding. He also led the multi-billion naira customer care call center outsourcing project involving hundreds of employees. Segun is an author, avid reader, knowledge seeker, and user. His book, Growing People, is receiving rave reviews, and the ebook is on Amazon Kindle. He is married to Molara, and they are blessed with beautiful godly children. His hobbies include swimming, fishing, football, golf, reading, writing, and growing people. Please, let us welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much. I'm indeed glad to be here. Dr. Wade Gutoke, DBO, thank you, sir, for bringing us here. Esteemed speakers and panelists, I don't think I know everybody, at least I know YF, maybe because of his height. So, yeah. Distinguished participants and ladies and gentlemen, permit me to adopt the protocols already established. This is a keynote address. It's not a PowerPoint presentation, but I want to appeal to you. Please have your writing materials ready. So thank you for your invitation. I'm glad to be here. DBO, you know how my movement has been. Ilorin, Monday and Tuesday. By Thursday, Abuja, and I'm just coming from Abuja. And I was telling Tulelas that I will sleep over because my Abuja flight was first flight. And but it's okay, we're here. And of course, after my presentation, I will still hold on a moment before my next meeting at a hotel. So it's a good thing I'm here, and I have just a few moments to share my thoughts, and of course, which is scripted. And of course, these scripts later on can be released to the organization. On the subject matter of intentionality, okay, that's the way I've coined it. Intentionality, moving your career forward and upward. Coincidentally, intentionality is a chapter in my next book. I've been talking about it, so I decided that, okay, let's make it a chapter in that next book. And I have a 5-letter word as a vehicle for this delivery. And the word is excel. Excel, E-X-C-E-L. Before I delve into these core elements, let me say something about being intentional. There is this Yoruba adage that says a hunter who chases two rabbits at the same time catches neither. Intentionality is not the new fad in town. It is a strategic choice, a life-saving and career-enhancing choice. Here is what my AI tells me about it. It is being deliberate and purposeful. And on the on of this microphone. Okay, it's an AI microphone. There. No legacy happens by chance, and I can tell you for free. I've experienced that. Purpose is central to this drive. When we talk about intentionality, it means you are very clear and you are self-aware. Things are not left to chance. For instance, okay, now that is the end of the AI definition of it. So I just want to give you a personal experience. For instance, some years ago, in 1975, to be precise, that is the year some of our parents were born, I moved from being just any student to being top of the class through a conscious choice of reading at night. And at times, with the help of Nescafe. And I still do that. Yesterday, stroke this day, I still woke up in the night to read. It was simple. I got into college 1973. My result in classes 1 and 2, I either 28 in red, 31 in red, but when it is time to promote, they will put 25 in black. Samalo. That happened in class 1. It happened in class 2. And some of these, the speakers here today have spoken. Some of the reason was friends. I got involved with some friends. So when we leave Ilupeju and we're going to Jibo, to our secondary school, these friends will go through the railway line and we will not get to school. They used to call it Ofe. We will not get to school. Rather, we will end up at Rainbow and Jebako Cinema. Whoever knows where that is. I hope those places have become churches now. So, that is it. Until somebody came in and was almost crying when he saw my results. And then, do you know what he said? He said, when you come back from school, sleep and wake up to read. That is what changed those positions to 4th position and to 3rd position. I never took 1st and 2nd because the guys who have been taking those 2 positions, right from their nursery school, they refuse to leave the place. And God is not unrighteous. So I just thought I should mention what intentionality can do in any field you find yourself. In fact, my AI teacher goes further to posit that there are 3 core elements involved. Conscious choice. Number 1, that is, you decide to do it. Purpose. There is a why behind the steps you took. And of course, we can spend the rest of the day talking about purpose. Then attention, that is, you are present and focused while doing it. You remember the quote of the hunter chasing 2 rabbits at the same time. If you want to hear the Southwest translation of that, it's very simple. Enile kumeji, akpofo, is as simple as that. The good news is that intentionality is learnable. I did, and it saved my life. So let's come back to the core delivery elements of this keynote address. I said excel. earlier on. My E stands for execution, no matter what level you are. Execution trumps strategy any day. It's of no use planning for anything if you know you are not going to execute. Execution actually is a new strategy. Strategy is good. A strategy retreat is even a must. We spent millions, and we have been involved in taking people even outside this country for strategy retreat. And of course, attending this career fair, oh, it's so fantastic. However, like my GO we always say, vision without action is television. To move forward and upward, ladies and gentlemen, you must apply your learning. Don't forget, we're talking about the E in Excel. You must act. You must not be an attorney. And who is an attorney? All talk and no action. Coming here is great, but what are you determined to do hereafter? That is what matters. You also do well to share this session on social media. You are posting it here and there. You are even taking pictures and so on and so forth. Those are good too. They're very good. What are you doing with it on a personal level? What decisions are you making even right now? How is it impacting you, this session? How is it impacting you going forward? Let me run quickly. My X is for the extra mile. Ladies and gentlemen, the extra mile. Please go the extra mile as you strive to elevate your career even before you start. At secondary school in 1975, I have not started any career. But the way I was going, I have nothing against artisans, but the way I was going with those Rebo Ajembako thing, I would have ended up maybe in a motor park. Oh, years later, I saw one of us in the same class who was doing Agbero at Oshodi. I won't mention the name. We greeted anyway. Why go the extra mile? Because there are no traffic jams there. Only a few seldom travel that far. The extra mile is the creativity you bring to the table, even starting from how your CV is crafted, your comportment, your demeanor. I had, what's her name? Oluwaferomi talking about, I hire you for the smile, and suddenly the smile disappeared. You're on your way out. To go the extra mile is to practice accountability. Do not hide and do not fold. At whatever level, you can demonstrate what I call the LEAD, lead, accountability pathway. In a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, when you are confronted with a situation, a challenge, a problem, stop playing the victim. Life owes you nothing. I'm telling you. You can say life is unfair, but life owes you nothing. Stop playing the victim. What is that problem? First, the L in the LEAD is you listen. What does it mean to listen? You see the problem for what it is. Then engage. You own that problem. Owning it does not mean you are admitting that you are the cause of the problem, but you need to see the problem for what it is and you engage it. Having engaged it, give it your best. You analyze the situation. But my problem with analysis is that people get into analysis paralysis. But no, you've got to avoid that. Analyze and move on. In doing this, do not fall into analysis paralysis. Let your analysis lead you to solving the problem. And of course, it does not end at you solving the problem. Go the whole hog to implement the solution you have analyzed act on it. As they say in Nike, just do it. For me, the doing is the real thing. That is where result comes. I keep telling team members, and listen to me very carefully, problems do not go away. Challenges do not go away. They are solved. Oh, you must. No matter if you go to sleep, you will still wake up. And you will meet it there, except you are intentional to solve the problem. Quickly, the C in my Excel stands for character. Ladies and gentlemen, character. It was Ralph Waldo Emerson, a man who lived between 1803 and 1882, who said, and I quote, "What you are shouts so loudly in my ears, I cannot hear what you say." To move your career forward and upward, what you do matters as much as what you say. I know these days you're on social media, you post a lot of things, and I'm told that employers now, they check your social media to know whether you are fit for purpose. Character is who you are when no one is watching. Please learn early to imbibe worthy principles of integrity, courtesy, humility, trustworthiness, empathy, and so on and so forth. Do not be a desperado. Get to know those little things that matter. So if we are spelling EXC, my job is almost done. The next thing is another E. You know, it's sounding like when you are in a church and say, "You give me a J," and so on. Okay. My next E is probably, I don't know whether AI. I'm almost done now. Maybe I'm spelling Excel, I'm in EL. You're on your own. I just have EL left, and I will be out of here. I don't know whether you want to Google it, you want to ask AI. My next E is called excusitis. Excusitis. I asked our medical daughter that if it ends with TIS, is that a virus or an infection? And she said it's an infection. But me, I've even elevated it to a plague. By all means, I want to beg you, please escape the plague called excusitis. It is the ailment of those who give excuses. It was George Washington Carver who said 99% of failures come from people who have the habit of making excuses. If you indulge in it, it may define you and your career. And Aristotle said, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, therefore, is not an act, it's a habit. Don't let excuses become your habit. Since they told me that I have 3 more minutes, then let me just leave this with you. The L in Excel is leverage. And you can use another word for it. Leverage, legacy, whatever you do, make up your mind that you will leave a good legacy. I stand before you as the former president of CIPM. For 3 years, I was president, working with a fantastic team. At the back of our mind, at the age of 62 is when I became president, and I left at the age of 65. At the back of our mind for those 3 years is that what shall be said of you when you leave office. And I can happily tell you at this gathering that God did wonders through us in that almost 60 years old institute. Legacy, impact. Ladies and gentlemen, we have moved away from results. We are talking about impact. I am tired of reeling out of data. What has your data done? How has it impacted people's life? as you leave this gathering, do not forget, I know that data is something we are celebrating these days. What is the impact of those data in the life of the people? I want to say thank you for having me. God bless you all. And God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Amen. Thank you very much, sir. Please let's give a round of applause. Warm, warm welcome. Thank you so much, sir. Right about now, we're going into our sponsors deck. And the first person that we're going to, the first company and the first person is Mr. Rotimi Obende, who is the head of private trust, First Trustees. Yes, sir, please come on board. Thank you. A round of applause, please.
Okay, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be part of this program and to basically share thoughts and ideas around what we do at First Trustees. I know we don't have time, and so I'm not going to bore you with long things. Some few things I'll just tell you more like an advice. As you navigate this journey, either as an entrepreneur or even as an employee, there are things that you need to know and you need to understand. If you start a business, for example, it's important that you start well. If you're entering into a partnership with anybody, please ensure that you have a proper partnership agreement. Never go into a business and assume that because you know the person and because you like the face of the person, everything will work out well. Things do not work out well, especially if they are your friends or you think that they are your friends. Number two thing I'll tell you is that if you started to develop content and you're making so much money from whatever it is that you're doing, it's important that you think about the future. And that's where, for example, generational wealth comes in. Who do you hand over your passwords? Who do you ask to manage your business? When you start to buy properties, buy properties, it's important that you understand the best mechanism to use to buy your properties. So what do we do at First Trustees? At First Trustees, we help people to manage, plan their lives while they are alive, so that when they are no longer there, they do not leave crises behind that their family members may not be able to solve for the next 40, 50, or even 60 years. If you check through the internet, and I know that we do it a lot, you will realize that there are some family members that have been fighting themselves for 60 years. Many times we say it's because they probably came from polygamous homes. It is not true. Many times they just come from, it might just be a family, one wife, one husband, 4 children. Many times we think it's because they did not go to school. It's a lie. Many times they might have professionals. As a matter of fact, all of them might be lawyers. As a matter of fact, all of them might be senior advocates of Nigeria. Many times we think it is religion. It is not true. If you read your Bible very well, one day one guy woke up, prodigal son we call him. He asked his father for his wealth. He took everything and he jackpot. I do not know whether I went to Canada or America. But when he finished everything his father gave to him, he came back and there was nothing left. You might say, because he's a Christian, okay, Muslims do not fight. No, that's not true. Go to your internet. Last year, a guy went to the mosque, locked his uncles and brothers up in the mosque, set fire in the mosque. Why? Because he felt that they cheated him out of inheritance. What we do in First Trustees is to help you plan your today for the benefit of your family members for the future, so that they do not fight for what does not belong to them.
Please, a round of applause. I hope you got the gist of that presentation. Next we have is Rosalind Abanom, who is the Air Marketing First Insurance Brokers. Please put your hands together. Please keep putting your hands together till she comes up on stage. Thank you very much.
2 minutes as well. All right. Thank you so much for having me. Yes, she has introduced, so don't let me waste so much time on it. So I'll just be talking about risk. So what we do is just insurance, basically. So risk, I have this acronym that I give to risk. The R there, I say recognize the risk or recognize it. Because before I even go there, let me just find out, because I know the mindset of everybody is that risk is bad. No, risk can also be creative. It depends on how you look at it. So when you look at risk, the R there, you can think about it and say, yes, you recognize the risk around you, around the business you want to set up or your career. Then you also be looking at innovation as well. Because if you are not innovative, you remain where you are. The way you are thinking about the S aspect of it, you are talking about the strategies you are putting in place to ensure that, yes, you thrive well in that your career growth. Then when you are thinking of the K, you want to keep reiterating, you want to keep moving, you don't want to be stagnant, you don't want to stop because you feel that you are not making it or you are not doing well. It's allowed that you fail sometimes because you cannot get it right all the time. So when you fail, what do? You move up and you move on. So it takes me to risk management and insurance where I belong to. And that's that space I play very, very effectively. When you talk of risk management, it's for you to identify the risk that is around your business. It's for you to now understand your business and now begin to think of solutions to mitigate the risk that you've identified. So that takes me to insurance. Insurance is that process where you mitigate all the risk associated with your career growth. Look at your career, begin to analyze, begin to assess, begin to see and notice, because risk is part of life. It is there. Threat, it is there. And when it comes, what becomes of you? Are you thinking of insurance? I will encourage you today. In First Insurance Brokers, we have sectorized our team. We have the team that is into financials. That's the financial sector, which I head. We also have the team that heads the health and the benefits, which the head is here. Divine, can you just raise your hand, please? Where is Divine? Thank you so much. That's Divine. She heads that team. And we also have the gig, the new economy, the new thriving economy. The head is also here. Bolanle Agboke, are you here? Thank you so much. So we have sectorized it in such a way that you will know that, yes, we can help you manage your risk, however it is, whenever you find yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you so much for that. I know that we've been seated for a while now, so we just have 1 minute for a stretch. Please rise up. Please, let's stand up. Stretch your waist, stretch your body, stretch your hands, because we are going into another section, another segment that is very, very, very key. And we have speakers who are going to do justice to this segment. So please, yes, stretch your waist. Don't stand still. Stretch, stretch. Move your body, move your hands, move your legs. Right. We can have our seats. Thank you so much for indulging. We're moving to the next session now, and it's on intentional career moves, navigating your path in an AI-driven workplace. And to do justice to that topic is Professor Wale Obadare, founder and chief visionary officer of Digital Encode Limited. Please, technical units, let's take it away.
In today's fast-evolving digital world, the importance of security, trust, and resilience cannot be overstated. It is therefore a great privilege to introduce a leader who is shaping the space across Africa and beyond, Professor Obadare Peter Adewale, fondly known as OPA. Professor Obadare is a globally recognized expert in cybersecurity, governance, risk, and compliance, and the founder and chief visionary officer of Digital Encode Limited, With over 61 international professional certifications, he is widely regarded as one of the most credentialed digital trust professionals in Africa. His career is defined by groundbreaking achievements. He is Nigeria's first PECB certified data protection officer, the first PECB lead penetration test professional, the first globally certified PECB digital transformation officer, and the first EC Council licensed penetration tester in Africa. These milestones highlight his commitments to excellence and innovation in the cybersecurity space. He is also a fellow of several prestigious professional bodies, including the British Computer Society and the Institute of Management Consultants, and holds both a Chartered Information Technology Professional designation in the United Kingdom and a Chartered Risk Manager certification in Nigeria. In recognition of his impact, he was named the Forbes Best of Africa Outstanding Digital Trust Leader in 2023. Beyond his professional accomplishments, Professor Obadare is passionate about developing future talents. He holds a master's degree in cybersecurity from the University of Liverpool, an honorary doctorate in cybersecurity, and currently serves as the first professor of practice in cybersecurity at Miva Open University, Abuja. Today, he brings a wealth of knowledge and global perspective that will challenge us to think differently about building secure and future-ready digital systems. Please rise if you can and join us in giving
Please,
a
let's
resounding
honor
and
the
well-deserved
professor in our
welcome
midst,
to our
Professor
distinguished speaker,
Obadare.
Professor Obadare Peter Adewale.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. So there is no much time, and I've been warned that I have just 25 minutes. So I'm going to just go straight to it. Please, can I have my slide? Yo, but while this slide is actually coming up, wow. Is there a clicker? No clicker. All right. So my name is Wale Obadare. So, and maybe the first thing I'm going to say is I want to appreciate Dr. Bode for this privilege. I've known Dr. Bode for 17 years. So when Digital Encode first started, there's plenty story, but there's no time. Thank you for this invitation. All right, so I wanted to establish something before I go into my presentation. Right, so oftentimes when I go to speak in conferences and people, when they read my profile, for so many youths, if you are young, you are in the house, I like to say this because most times, and I love what we have been learning since morning, people think, oh, wow, maybe I wasn't privileged too. And I need to say this to everyone listening, both in the live session and online. Honestly, I started from OND. In fact, I finished, 25 minutes is too small for me, but don't worry, I'll try. At the age of 25 was when I was rounding up my ordinary national diploma at 25. So when we're talking about intentionality means that, just like what everybody has said, you have to look at your life and tell yourself, where do you want to be? So at 25, when I remembered at Federal Polytechnic there, some of my mates were very excited. They were excited about life. But I wasn't excited because I was thinking I was finishing OND at the age of 25. But that moment, became the time I told myself that I want to change the trajectory of my life. And of course, I did a personal retreat for myself to tell myself, where do I want to be? So most of those profiles that you're seeing were those decisions I made at the age of 25 till now. In fact, every 5 years. So what I did, by the grace of God, at 25 with ordinary national diploma, was to tell myself, in fact, from that moment, I started to tell myself, I started to have goals from 25 to 30, from 30 to 35, 35 to 40, and every year, I actually have a review. And it was so bad. It was so bad. I need to give you this backstory. It was bad. A lot of people think, oh, Wale, you are such a great entrepreneur. No, I was an accidental entrepreneur. Accidental entrepreneur because nobody wanted to hire me. I finished OND at 25. You know what it is with polytechnic education in Nigeria. So I couldn't, in fact, when I came to Lagos, I sold on the bridge too, just like any other story. Right, I was selling on the bridge of a Kodumata and all of that. So nobody could hire me. I was not hireable because of OND. So what did I do? I started to In fact, I redefined education for myself. You know, with the help of the Holy Spirit, that was what I did. So, and that was actually, and today, and I'm still redefining, right? So I'm still work in progress. So what it means is you can do it. But then we now live in a very, very strange time. The strange time is AI is changing. In fact, AI, I think AI is collapsing the time. You know, and what do I mean by AI is collapsing the time? See, let's look at my slide. So when I'm saying, so these are all the certifications. Sometimes you can skip them, because there's no time. Yes, sometimes I like to show them because when you say you have 63 professional certifications, sometimes people think, oh, maybe you are just talking or you are just cooking it up. So that's why most of the time I list them for people to see that, no, you can count all of them. Please, can you skip and just go straight to my point, to my slide? Yeah, okay, hold on. So what I'm going to be doing, AI is collapsing the time, believe me. So that means if it has taken, if you have listened to what I said, that from the age of 25, that I had OND. Now listen to this. So between now I'm 51, right? I'm 51. So that means that's actively like 25 years. So 25 years, guess what? What have I done in 25 years is very possible in the age of AI to achieve them, honestly, within even 5 years or less. Why? With intentionality and the way, because guess what? AI is going to, in fact, the same way, how many of us know this man? This is CEO of Alphabet. He's saying that artificial intelligence is going to have a more profound impact on humanity than fire, electricity, and the internet. Do you know anyone that doesn't use electricity today? Do you know anyone? Everybody is using electricity. And of course, we're all using internet. So what they're saying is, AI is going to be so profound. Everyone is going to be disrupted by AI. Next slide. As we're going to be disrupted by AI, this man too is the man of the moment, At some point, nobody knew who he was. Believe me sincerely. He was just one technical man somewhere. But today, honestly, he's the man of the moment because his company is one of the most capitalized company in the world. His name is James Wang, and he's the owner of an AI company. He says something very NVIDIA. How many of you have heard about NVIDIA? Okay. So you're already late if you don't know. So if you don't know what NVIDIA does, believe me sincerely, if you don't know, that's the name. Everybody is on everybody's mouth. When you leave this place, go and Google it. It's not just all the time you are following, because if I ask how many of us know, with due respect to those names I want to mention now, with due respect to them, how many of us know Kiki? I know you, we know. You know Kiki, you know Mr. Macaroni. Don't get me wrong. They are great names, right? But I'm saying, if you are young, and you are here, you don't know, though, because the world is changing. You understand? And AI is going to change so many things. Next, So, because I don't have time, what that man said was, AI, everybody's saying AI is going to take our job. But he said something very profound, that it's not AI that will take your job. It's someone that is using AI that will take your job. And already there's so many great people, whether young or old, you can see how many. Okay, you can see even our daddy is talking AI at 65. And you are here, I can guarantee you. You want me to tell you the truth? I can guarantee you that if I ask daddy, he knows about NVIDIA. And that's the challenge with the youth. The youth of today thinks they know so much, right? They think they know so much, but guess what? They know so little, right? So because, it is this generation, my point of view, this generation I think has so much privilege of a lot of information, most information, because in our times, guess what? In our times, we face the challenge of we don't have too much information because now information is at your fingertip. If you need anything now, it's on your phone. Those days, if I need anything, I have to go to the library. I have to, I remember those days, you have to go to the newspaper stand to get information, to do research. But guess what? I think is going to be the problem of this generation. Information overload. That will be so, because information overload is everybody is now an advisor. If you pick up your phone now, they will tell you, if you eat this food, it will kill you. There's so much information. You've not seen all those people because why everybody is generating content. But then, the question now is, which information are you exposing yourself to? Because guess what? AI is not just changing jobs. So listen to this. AI is not just changing jobs. It is changing how careers are built. Right. The days of, those days, pick a lane and staying in for 30 years are over. You need to move with intention rather than to react to disruption. And that's the difference. Because nobody's going to wait for you while you are thinking, the rate at which things are changing is very fast. Next slide. Next slide, because there's no time. Can I have the next slide? What I wanted to do, there's a 3-shift changing career rules that I wanted to give you this afternoon. Number 1, the old rule, the AI-driven reality and the intentional move. The old rule says that, the old rule is saying that, what our fathers are used to, your job title and your career path. But what? Guess what? In the AI-driven reality, 45% of worker skills are disrupted in every 5 years. Roles unbundled into what? Into task. Then, of course, the old rule says domain expert wins. But within AI, this AI age, knowledge has been democratized. Believe me sincerely, knowledge has been democratized. I can learn anything. In fact, if I want to learn rocket science now, believe me, rocket science, before, to learn rocket science, do you know what it takes to learn rocket science? But today, because knowledge has been democratized with AI, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, you can, it breaks those things down for you. And then there is the whole rule about climb the ladder. That's you start and then you keep growing. Not that you're not going to start and grow, but the truth is, what we're saying in the age of AI is, there is almost like there is no rule. You can, if you know what you're doing with intentionality, honestly speaking, it breaks the barrier. Honestly, the barrier to success now has been removed if you really know what you're doing. So that means you are not bound. Unlike before, that it takes a lot of effort, but today there is not much effort. Next slide. Next slide quickly. So, and then what we need to know about AI, there are going to be 4 categories of people. And that's what you need to understand so that you know where to play. Number 1, there's going to be AI native builder. Those guys are going to be the one that, people that will build all the technologies. I'm sure how many of you are using ChatGPT? It's very popular, right? Meta AI, Claude, all of those Perplexity, all of those AI tools. Some guys will build it, right? And then there will be AI augmented expert. A lot of people will fall into that category, AI augmented expert, lawyer, because guess what? Whether you like it or not, AI is going to disrupt most fields. So if you're a lawyer, you're an accountant, you're a doctor, you're an auditor, so we will need AI to augment what you're doing, and there will be AI translators. AI translators are people that are going to be consultant, balancing between AI knowledge and businesses. And then, of course, there will be AI governed leaders. Even for top executives, we need to have understanding of AI. So the question is, whatever you're doing, the point is, I can tell you about almost 70% of people will fall into the category of AI augmented experts. You will need AI to augment. Six was my year of intentional. Hello. Hello.
There's no.
Certifications, whether it is AI propelled or not, whatever it is, you need your technical skills, right? But as you progress on this career journey, please, let me tell you the truth, talent is not enough. In those 2-3 instances where I lost my job, it was because I was focusing on talent and building technical capabilities, not understanding that I needed to add emotional intelligence, and then as I continued, I needed to also add political intelligence. As I came in, somebody said, politics is everywhere, that you must learn to play politics, right? I differ slightly. If you play politics, believe me, you'll be consumed with politics or by politics. What I think you should do is to have political intelligence. And political intelligence says that you need to understand your role, understand your boss, understand other bosses, read your room, read the rooms everywhere, and then understand that stakeholder engagement is extremely important as you climb your career ladder. So EQ is going to be important, but PQ is going to be better, especially for those of us who are already managers in the room. Your technical abilities are assumed at this moment, but how are you able to engage beyond just the things that you know? So let me come back to rule number 1. Don't try harder. How should you try? Differently. Number 2, focus on ends rather than means. And that means you should be vision-driven. Without vision, without a vision or a dream, you are not going anywhere. I was listening to you, the DBO said, vision without action is television. I actually think it's delusion. And this is where I encourage you guys, please stop affirmations. I'm not shaking tables, not yet. But stop all these affirmations. You know, affirmations that we read every day on WhatsApp status and everywhere, if it's not backed up by action, it's not taking you anywhere. Sincerely. So let me reframe or rephrase that. Don't stop at just affirmations. Did you get that? Your affirmations must be backed up by actions. So focus on ends rather than means. Be vision-driven. What it means is that you will fail at times, you will make a detour, you will make wrong turns, but because you are guided by a vision, by focusing on the end, what will happen to you? Eventually, you will find a way to reroute yourself. When I was coming here from Ikeja, let's assume I didn't know here, and I put it on GPS. At some point, if I make the wrong turn, what would the GPS do? Will it cancel my trip? What will it do? Redirect, reroute. So we will make the wrong turns, we'll make the wrong details, but because we are focused on a destination that we have mapped for this journey, what it means is that we'll find our way back to our vision, our dreams. Be vision-driven. Number 3, rely on unseen forces. Again, another thing that we tend to say to ourselves is that I am enough. I am more than enough. Can I quickly tell you, you are not enough. The reason you've got somebody beside you, in fact, the reason we have this event is because Dr. Bode isn't enough. Am I right? And he's invited how many people to come speak with you? If he was going to say, I'm enough, I'm more than enough, what it means is that he'll be the only one having this engagement with you. But because we engaged, we met in the course of life. Somebody said he's known him for 17 years. Did you say? About 17 years. I think mine will be about 6, 7 years now when I was at FBN Quest. It's because the universe has enough complementary resources for all of us to achieve our results. So you do not exist in a vacuum. You are not enough. And beyond just the physical that we can see, you also need to rely on unseen forces, whatever you want to call it, God, Jesus, because I am being sensitive to the audience. It could be anything. It could be your anchor, just anything. Just rely on unseen forces. I mean, one of my dreams was to do an MBA when I realized that I was going to study English and I couldn't change to law in my year 2. I was scared of ending up as a teacher. Because, I mean, if you study English in Nigeria, what are you going to be? A teacher. I was scared because my mom was a teacher, and I promise you the monthly returns wasn't great. So I said to myself, never again in this family. But I couldn't change to law. So that meant I was stuck with what? With English. But I made my mind I was going to do an MBA. So on Unseen Forces, I was sent to Abuja first, NYC. But we were too many coppers in Abuja. Then they gave us the free will to relocate to anywhere or redeploy in Nigeria. I'm like, okay. I look at all the states in Nigeria, and where I knew people, I first chose Ogun State. I tore the piece of paper. I chose Lagos State. I tore the piece of paper, and I said I was going to stay in Abuja. Because I was popular in camp, I played basketball, I played football. All the platoon commandants, is that what they call them? Not canton. Platoon. That was a long time ago. That was 1990, 1991. All of them were my friends and all that. So I was so sure they were going to send me to somewhere, maybe like Asura. Come end of the 3 weeks or 4 weeks there, orientation, I saw my redeployment letter. Government Girls Day Secondary School, Gwagwalada, teacher English. I'm like, village people, all the way from Ibadan, they followed me to Abuja. So it was then I started trying to find my way out of Abuja. So eventually I got to Ilorin. When I got to Ilorin, eventually I found myself within the university environment to lecture. That was better than teaching in the secondary school. I accepted it, but guess what? I wanted to do an MBA. About 5-6 years ago, I found myself in this environment now, university. Where would be the best place to do an MBA? Unseen Forces. And then to make things a lot easier, I was dating the niece of the coordinator of the MBA school, University of Ilorin. Was my admission going to be easy? Express. Unseen Forces. What I'm saying to you, therefore, is that not everything will be achieved because of all the things you know or all the things you can do. There are complementary resources all around you. So please, in your daily struggle, always leave room for a miracle. Seek failure. Sounds like, what are you saying, Yemi? Please seek failure. You will learn a lot more from failure than consistently succeeding. Failure has hidden gems that will help you through a sustained season of life when things are not really, really working. If you have failed before, you are no longer on ground zero. You have only learned how not to do it. So seek failure. Failure is not a bad friend. You may not seek it directly, but when it comes, embrace it. But what you should do is don't bounce back to what made you fail. Bounce forward. Take the lessons with you. Think beyond what common sense will allow. This is how I summarize it. Engage on common sense at times. Not everything seeming common will make sense sometimes. You need to trust your crazy ideas from time to time. So please engage on common sense. What else do I want to leave you with? To summarize my journey to this point, fall in love. Not with your colleague at work. Not with your subordinate or your boss. Fall in love with yourself. Fall in love with the passion, the innate passion that you have. Remember that I said I didn't want to be a teacher, but today I talk for a living. But the foundation was set about maybe 30 years ago when I was doing my NYC. I fell in love with that role, with that job as a lecturer, believe me, and it's been from one level to another since that period. So fall in love. What is your innate capability? As we're here now, I don't know how many people are here or listening to me. Everyone is extremely unique. There's something about you that makes you extremely unique. That is your zone of heroism. That is what you can lay claim to fame every time and all the time. Something that you can do better than most people. You've got to find it and please fall in love with it. And then find opportunities not only to express it, but opportunities to improve on it. So what I do today is not because I read English, it's because honestly, there are people in this room who cannot spell privilege. Should I put you to test? I don't have the time. If I had the time, I'll tell people in this room to spell privilege. I'll find 4 variants of privilege. Can I try it? Let me leave you. Let me know. Let me leave you. Let your conscience guide you to go and check the dictionary and see that privilege has no D. But majority of people will spell, even our national newspapers, when you read privilege, you see a D there. And somebody was arguing with me, oh, that one is American English. I sound now. All right. So fall in love with yourself, fall in love with your passion. Nothing was ever achieved without enthusiasm. Somebody said that during the panel, I think it was Ezekiel, he said something about your job, or I think it was a lady. It's not my passion, that job. I'm just doing it. You're just doing it 29 days, you are complaining. On the 30th day, you are happy because it's payday. It's so unfair to yourself and to the job. Your job may not be your passion, but be passionate about your job. Quit, try harder. We talked about that. Choose a different set of risks. The risks that brought you here might not be the same you will engage with at the next level of your career. Be ready, make sacrifices, right? Fortune favors the brave. You've got to try something. Let not past failure hold you back. Open your gifts. Find opportunity to open your gifts. You can do something and we say that you should come and do it at work. And I say, no. I don't think I'm ready. Don't wait until you are 100% ready. The elements will not always align. I promise you, we still have to sail. Look inside for the opportunity. Stop the comparison trap. Don't compare yourself every time with your colleagues, with your friends. Oh, they've done this, they've done that. LinkedIn is deadly. Every time you open it, what do you see? I am thrilled to announce. And you're saying to yourself, God, when? Your own time will come. Look inward for that opportunity, right? The thing that will take you to the next level, and then open your gifts. Get uncomfortable. After the fear of snakes, right? What I tell people is this: we must fear comfort zone. Should be the next deadly zone. Please, fear comfort zone. Remember Who Moved My Cheese? Has anybody read that book? Just one person in this room. Who Moved My Cheese? If you have read it, can I see your hand? If you have not read it, please, just go download it online and read it. The cheese will not always be at your cheese station. The iceberg will not always be there. The cheese will move slowly, the iceberg will melt gradually, and guess what? The Strait of Hormuz will not always remain open. Go and ask Iran and US and America right now. Sometime, we just believe that the 20-kilometer strait will always open for vessels to pass. But
We will move straight ahead to the Q&A session, and we're going to have our three speakers, Professor Wale Obadare, we're going to have YF, and Olusegun. Okay. And Mr. Olusegun Majid, who will do justice to the questions that we're going to have. So, because of our time, we're going to take one question each, one question for one speaker. I know we have a lot of questions for YF, a lot of questions for Professor, a lot of questions for Mr. Olusegun, but please let us help ourselves. One question per speaker. Sirs, please, you can come up to stage. Thank you very much. Please, let's give a round of applause. And I would leave the stage to my co-moderator. Round of applause again, please.
Thank you very much, sirs. It is a privilege to be with the masters in the house. YF, we salute you, sir. Sir? All right. Yes, it's now the Q&A session. Those online, sending your questions. We have the boss is here to actually do justice to your questions. So let's take it first with those who are here physically. Your question, let's take numbers, just 1, 2, 3, or max of 4. Our time is fast spent. We want to quickly go. Number 1? Okay. Is that all we have? Number 1, is that all? Okay, let's make it fast then. You can come forward.
Yeah, thank you. So my name is Michael Eriosho. Firstly, I want to thank the organizers for one reason. So one of the reasons is because I sense that he is able to blend both people from, let me say sliver or gold spoon or something, and people that ate from 0 level to this level. I think I belong to that group. And the part where he said he sold something at the bridge also caught my attention, which I'm also a living witness to that. So straight to my question. So you made mention around AI acceptance and usage to enhance some of our daily operations. So considering the data leakage and sensitivity of data, so like what do you think, or what would be your recommendation? Because in Nigeria, I'm sorry to say, Nigeria is porous when it comes to data. But now working in a corporate environment where every data counts, where PII is being everywhere and you need to be conscious, what will you tell people, or what will you say to people on how they should update things on AI and everything? Even for currently, I don't think there is any policy in Nigeria that is even guiding or restricting people on what they update and how they use AI agents to operate their operations. You get so that's just my question. Thank you.
Okay, so that question goes to Prof.
All right. So my response will be, just like everybody has been saying, that for every season there's an intelligence to build. There were times when they were talking about financial intelligence, emotional intelligence, social intelligence. Now YF has talked about political intelligence. So for AI, I think everyone in this age of AI, we all have to build what I've called data security intelligent quotient. And what does that mean? It means that you need to know, of course, the kind of data that you need to share, because data has different classifications. There are sensitive data, public data, and confidential data and what have you. So the responsibility will be on you to know. For instance, if you are very right. In fact, some people, because of their lack of data security intelligent quotient. In fact, recently someone was sharing, she just got an hospital health report, and she didn't mask anything, and she just put everything and just put it on, asking ChatGPT for, opinion. And I'm like, what are you doing? What you have done is all your data, everything with the ailment mapping to your word, to your name is already, so it's because she does not know. So the point is, everybody needs that understanding, and you have to build it intentionally, just like the word intentionality and everything. Don't your credit card details, all of those kind of stuff, you can't, because they are sensitive data. Because if they get compromised, any data that any third party can use against you, you don't share with AI. So, and those things you have to build. Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for Professor. Thank you very much, sir. Any other question in the house before we take the online questions that we have here? Okay. Come forward quickly.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. My question is still to Dr. Badari, right? On AI, I have just two questions. The first is the place of certification in AI and the place of experience. How do I mean? People tend to get more certification rather than getting experience, all in the name of, okay, I want to get this job. This is the certification required for that job, and with the hope that when I get this certification, I'll get the job. But just want to draw the thin line. So, and the second one is, how can we make money with AI? Just practical steps and what other things. Thank you.
I'm always running from these arguments, because this argument is not just on AI. Every field, people always ask certification, experience. See, to be honest, my point of view is balance. You know, because the question, I'll ask you a question back. Do you want to breathe in or breathe out? Choose one. Breathe in or breathe out? Breathe in or breathe out, quickly. Of course, because, because, don't see, when I hear, that's what I'm saying, disclaimer, my POV, it gets me exasperated when people ask that question, because the question is, if you breathe in and you continue to breathe, you will die. And if you continue to, you're just doing like this, you will die. So when people ask me questions around, I have 63 certification. I can tell you how certifications has helped. Do you need experience? Yes. Do you need certification? Yes. And I'll quickly give you, I remember the first place, in fact, in 2001, where I was working. So there's this guy, very fantastic, skillful guy. And he doesn't, and so this question is not today. He doesn't believe in certification. In fact, that time in year 2000, I wrote my first certification in the year 2000, MCP. I've seen some things. I learned from that certification, because I was just now reading the certification for passing a loan. Of course, I was not as experienced as he was, practically speaking. But guess what? One day, we were in the office, and this skillful guy was backing up our critical server. In fact, it was the server that controls everything in the system. So while he was backing up, in fact, all of a sudden, he stumbled on a file. In fact, that file, I will never forget, it's called NTLDR. For technical people, it's a file that makes operating system to boot. So, but because they are not done certification, he's skillful, he's very practical guy. Immediately, I saw the file, because I've done certification, but I wasn't as skillful. I told him, don't delete this file. But he wanted to, he looked at me as in your guy. Now, paper certification you get to. He deleted it. You know what? I don't say I'm short. I'm vertically challenged. Vertically challenged people, when you prove to them, okay, I went for lunch. It was the longest lunch I went for. It was supposed to be 1 hour. I was away for 3 hours. Before I came, on Awolowo Road here, informatics, that was where we were working. He was sweating inside the AC, because at that time, the MD cannot send, it was the central server. And when I came, I said, Sheba, I told you not to delete that file, because you don't believe in certification. And I just went. Those days, I just said, come give me the server. I copied the file, NTLDR. I slaved the system back. In those days, you slaved the hard disk. And I just copied the file, put it on program file, and I rebooted the system. And that was the day I became the boss. So what's the point? The point is, you need both. You need both. So, and in your career, so don't ever be in a position where you want to, for me, we bidded for a project, and in business too. We bidded from a very multi-telecommunication, all the big companies in the world, they bidded for that project. Okay, we bidded, they wanted one company to win the project. I'm not telling you 2006 story. We got that project because I'm the only one that has that certification in Nigeria. The big companies, all the big four, all of them, they didn't get it. And we got the project. So that's my own experience. So please balance it. That's what I
Thank you very much, sir. Very interesting. That was the day I became the boss. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Thank you very much. Let's move to the HR masters in the house. The first question here, sir. How do you cope when you are behind in your career? How do you cope when you are behind? When you are behind in your career? That is question number one. Let me take 2, 3, and then I can give you the mic. That's the first one. Second one, these days you see young school leavers, young graduates, just leaving school and then in an attempt to just get something, they get sales job, just to pick something out. Contract jobs, thank you. But along the line, they now want to change career. How do you advise, what advice do you have for them in order to make that career change an easy and seamless way for them to go? That's question number 2, sir. And the third one, before I hand over the mic to you, sometimes from Uche Emeka, sometimes we are intentional. We have plans, we start off, but discipline to continue is always a problem. What are the practical steps to take to ensure discipline along our career path?
All right. So first question, I think the shortest response to that is to say that no one is ever late. We all just didn't start at the same time. That's it. So by the time, I shared a bit of my story. By the time I was getting to University of Ife, I left secondary school in 1983. By the time I was getting in, it was 1987 because I did A-levels 2 years and then waited a year again. So by the time I got to Ife, my mates, colleagues, were already in year 3. So imagine that I went with a mindset that I was late. But the mindset that I went with was that I failed, therefore I needed to show something for it. As a matter of fact, it is those who are late who most times have the glint in their eyes and the passion in the belly to succeed faster. So let that lateness be the motivation for you to excel. You see why you should be the one to answer that question now? I'm coming back to excel. Let that lateness be the motivation, because it was a motivation for me, and I'm not kidding you. By the time I was going to a university where my mates were already in year 3, I needed to prove something. And guess what? Failure has a way of teaching us great lessons. Because I had now learned how to go to the library to read and all that, and then I had matured a bit through A-levels. When we got to Ife, the first semester was usually September to December. And guess what? It was a period at times when Harmattan would hit Ife. There was no Harmattan in Lagos even then. There's always a difference. Most of the guys in school will be sleeping because of Harmattan. You don't understand what I mean? They were still enjoying the comfort of home because it was straight from secondary school into university. But we had a bit matured to understand that we were chasing something. And it was easy for me. I mean, let me be a bit proud. By the time I did my first semester, I had 4 A's and a B+. The second semester, year 1, I had 4 A's and a B. It wasn't because of reading only in year 1. It was because of the experiences of failure and how to bounce forward. But other people were still managing. And then something happened. We did Philosophy 101. Who went to Ife here? Any grade Ife? There was a guy called Professor Jingo, Professor Fashino. Jingo gave us the first test, which was going to carry 40% on the day of our matric. I'm not kidding you. He said to us that we're going to have the test at about 6 p.m. on the day of the matric. So after matriculation, because I had gone with maturity, I just dumped the gown and faced where? The library. And it was the only test. He didn't change his mind. Some people came drunk into, matric now, excitement and all of that. But it was the only test. It was over 40. So what I'm saying is that, please, again, it is what we tell ourselves. If you say you are late, you are late. If you say you didn't leave early, but you'll catch up, you will catch up. Question is, what are you telling yourself? Don't compare yourself. What I say is comparison is a deadly trap. Yoruba will say "Onokon woja." And it is when you wake up, that is your what? That is your morning. Personal experience. I wanted to buy a house. When it was a particular price, I remember I went to, and I didn't. As at that time, most of my mates in the banking sector had bought their first houses. And I'm like, God, when am I going to be able to do this? 3 years later, on the same street, I bought at double what I thought I couldn't buy earlier on. So when you wake up is your money. It's a journey, and we got to trust our process. We are going into the space now beyond HR. We're talking of life hacks. You've got to trust your own process. What you don't do is wait for time. You've got to, while you're waiting for time, keep growing. The opportunities are ahead of you. And somebody said nobody owes us anything. I totally agree. Tinubu doesn't owe you anything. He doesn't even know you anyway. Nobody owes you anything, but you owe yourself everything to make sure that you succeed. There is no lateness about life. We are all just starting at different times. Thank you.
I could quickly take the contract. Now, thank God you even have a job. You know how many of your mates are not having anything. Now, the issue of contract job, some of us, that is our business. We call it outsourcing. We have a few clients, and I can see the logo all over here. They have a very good program. If you are brilliant enough and you have spent 1 year in that outsourcing, the bank is going to allow you to do an exam that will make you cross over to the bank. But I can tell that there are some of our employees who have done the exam several times, and at a point, the bank had to tell them, since you have refused to pass the exam. So once you know, that's why I love, you know the mindset. You know, there's no way you even do A-levels that you will not come to the university matured. That's my own experience too, yes. So once you know from day one that because we will tell you during onboarding that the bank has this for you, just go there and be a good person. Let your customer service be excellent. You will have the opportunity when the portal is open for you to be converted, into that thing. And it doesn't matter because it does not make you a second-class citizen, even while you are doing the outsourcing job. From day one, make up your mind what you want to do. Be a professional. If you want to, like the young man that was asking some complicated question, Solomon at the beginning, yes, he works in a bank. He's a certified HR professional. He's still looking for an opportunity to move on to HR. Don't wait. Don't give up. Keep at it. I have had to take his case to some of my colleagues, but nonetheless, that does not mean you should give up on yourself. You know who you are. You know where you are going. You have had all of us today. We all started with my master's degree in industrial relations from Unilag. I got into Bako. Shivoluwo sent me to the finance department to do a clerical job. And he said, if you dare tell anybody that you have a master's, they won't tell you anything again. Do you know what I did? I learned everything about how that company was making money, sourcing money. Because when I left finance, I went into procurement. I did that for 6 months before he allowed me to be moved to HR. In those days, we call it the HR supervisor. So if I had been arrogant, again, ladies and gentlemen, where I couldn't get to because somebody was pursuing me out of the stage, is something called humility. Philippians 2 verse 5, let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus. Humility will take you far. Humility, because these days you take your snap, you show, even you'll be saying, do you know who I am? Who are you? Humility will take you far. Learn everything you can learn in that your current job. What was the third question? Did I miss it? Because I may go back to... Is that the question? To save your life, not only in your career, at home, in the society. He has quoted me. Nobody owes you anything. Don't even go. Don't listen to those motivation speakers that will be asking dog to stand before the lion. No, don't. I am serious. Be humble. We went through the streets of Lagos too. Or wherever you may be, we went through the streets. We had our issues, but you should remember the son and the daughter of whom you are. Don't go and look for trouble. Don't bring trouble to your parents. Yes, we came from, some people call it Akpata. No, some of us came from miry clay, Ere. You've not ever had those bad dreams? You are running, you can't even move from one place, and somebody is pursuing you. You are running on. That is the way we all came up. We don't think somebody is somewhere that has silver spoon. I don't even know what they call. And I tell my children, each time I tell them this story, you can refer to them now, they were born with silver spoon. You running wood spoon. Nobody is born with silver spoon. Please, I plead with you. Your friends, who are the people you are moving with? Nobody they hammer. You know, in those days when we were to start working in the bank, they took us to Kirikiri to go and see people that thought they were hammering. This is where they are. Please, run away. Nobody gets rich quickly. If you get rich quickly, you will also, please. I just love the audience. Very young people.
Sorry, I just quickly wanted to add, I think yes, because that's, for me, a lot of people, I get asked that question in terms of how do you move from one. The way it has worked for me is I always have 3 circles. There's operational, tactical, and strategic. Because truly, sometimes you need to pay your bills. You need to eat. You need to, so some jobs comes, so I call them operational. Operational means something that is putting food on your table now. But what I think the missing link for a lot of people is when you don't have a clear goal on that operational, which is meeting your needs now, to what do you want to do in the next 1 to 2 years? What do you want to do in the next 3 to 5 years? So the problem is the ability to be able to move from that one other circle, because a lot of people get stuck in the operational circle of life. Because you now find that's why you see a lot of people truly, you will now be doing that contract job, and all of a sudden you discover that you have been doing it for 5 years, for 10 years. I've actually, because, really, I took a note too, because I'm learning here too, what they said, Dr. Bode said, that I have the requirement before they are required. And that comes from having a goal. If you are actually, see that word intentional, our daddy has really, definition for intentionality. I take all those notes. If you have taken those notes, honestly speaking, I can guarantee you, it will even be difficult for nature to get you stuck. But because you don't have a goal, you are just doing it 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and all of those things. So you don't have a clear goal. But when you have a clear goal, it will help you to be disciplined in your finance. It will help you to know, okay, this course I need to do. You understand? And the story is the same for everyone. There was a time I drove, in fact, there was a time I didn't even have a car. There was a time even when I was making money. In fact, I went to Harvard before, and I was going to Harvard. I paid for a course of $100,000 in Harvard, and I was driving Mazda MPV. In fact, one day, one of my friends looked at me as you shall like to drive useless car. I was laughing. $100,000. Go and convert it even that time. In fact, $100,000 value when I was going to Harvard, and I was driving. But guess what? See, because of the goal that I have in my mind, I didn't want to get stuck in my operational activities. And to the glory of God, guess what? The way, when I'm saying even nature, the way, those unforeseen forces. As I was coming back from Harvard, guess what? Something just happened. COVID struck, and one person wanted to facilitate a session for a bank, and the bank could not bring the guy. The next person they were looking for, they saw my profile, and they said, look, in fact, see, that one project, I made ×2 of all the money back. And that's how life is.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm sure we have heard so much about the responses. Our time is fast spent, and then, of course, trust we need to move. Above all things, I want to also draw from Mr. Olusegun Mojid in terms of humility. This generation needs to do so much about humility. Our certifications and all of that, yes, we have them, we have the goal, we have the capacity and all that, but yet we still need to be humble in all of this. On that note, we'll be doing a cutting to this segment. Our online participants, we also want to thank you so much for being part of this program. I want to thank Mr. Olusegun Mojid. YF in the building, we salute you, sir. You know, when you mention your age, I'm sure many people are like, are you sure? Are you correct? Anyway, some of us who know you very long time now will know that, yes, that's who you are, and you'll be contributing. You've been a very good voice in the HR sector. And then, Prof, we also salute you for your also contribution to knowledge. But you will not leave just like that. We have something for you from the house. And to present to you, we have our Chief Information Security Officer, all the way from First Bank in person of Mr. Harizo Naji, and also to be supported. Okay, doctor. All right, sorry. Okay, I was told he's even double doctor. Wow, wow. So I bring forward Dr. Harizo Naji to make the presentation. Take this now. And then to YF, Yemi Fashion in the house. Thank you very much. And to CIPM past president, thank you very much, sir, for honoring us on this program. Then let's have a group photograph. A group photograph, please. Let's have a group photograph for this session.
Please let's put our hands together for our speakers. Thank you so much, Prof, for your wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. YF, thank you so much for your time and for sharing all of that wisdom and personal experiences with us. Right about now, please, I need my stage. Thank you. We're coming to the end of this program. And I'm sure that your notes are full. Not just that, you have even developed strategies in your mind on how to move forward. If this program has blessed you immensely, please can you put your hands together for the DBO Green Academy? You can make it louder. I know you know that this program is free, right? You have eaten, you had breakfast, you had lunch, and you have been dealt with a lot of information and wisdom. So we have technical, please, can we play the video? Yes, thank you. So we have members of this academy that have decided to give their testimony for this. Please watch and enjoy.
My journey has been truly transformative. I've experienced significant career growth. I've gained clarity in my professional direction and have developed practical skills that have helped me grow faster and more confident in my career path. Being part of this community has exposed me to mentorship, learning opportunities, and real-world insights that continues to shape my professional development. I'm excited to personally invite you to the DBO Career Summit happening on May 1st. It is an hybrid event. It designed to equip you with practical career strategies, actionable insights, and powerful tools from top industry experts across different fields. Whether you're a student, young professionals, or someone seeking career advancement, this summit is an opportunity you should not miss. You gain knowledge that can accelerate your growth, improve your employability, and help you make informed career decisions. Kindly register using the link below to book your spot. I look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other video to play? This one can. Okay.
I am here live at DBO Green Academy Summit 3.0 2026. I am here to have fun, to learn more, to connect, to network, and to grow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This will be very short, but I must say we have come to the very end of this summit. But we need to start the next cohort of DBO Green Academy. And the video you saw earlier, you will see various topics that we took during our various sessions. You will see Beyond Talent being taken by YF. You will see Civic Responsibility being taken by Martin. You will see Time Management being taken by Tosin. Myself, I also take several sessions, and also the one taken by Dr. Ali Bioshu, and the one on social media also taken by Mr. Sheye. We discuss a lot of life issues, but more importantly, we're able to let you see the importance of access and relationship, which is for mentorship. Fortunately, after this summit now, we have had subscriptions of more seniors that are ready to come on board to mentor and guide young professionals. If you want to clap, we can. So that means cohort 3 is supposed to be richer. I'm saying supposed to, so that those in cohort 1 and cohort 2 will not think that, so we are guinea pig. No. You will know that even when we're in cohort 2, when we're having session in cohort 2, we bring people from cohort 1 to also be part of it. So the same thing will happen as we start cohort 3.
Cohort 3 will be unveiled. I think YF will join me. So please, there is a site to register. When you register between the timeline, you'll be contacted and then you'll be onboarded. During that time, we'll look at what you have submitted and be sure that you are within the criteria. It is for young professionals, 35 years and below, about 10 years work experience or below. If you are older than that, we will onboard you separately. We will onboard you separately, okay? But more importantly is to ensure that we have direction. During that session, we normally have interaction one-on-one. If there is anyone in the industry you also feel like you will also need to have discussion with, and we have access to such individual, we will also connect. So that is what we do in the various cohorts. And we want to launch cohort 3, where people will start registering now. We'll start registering now until May 15. Until May 15. So I want Prof, you will join me to unveil this. YF, you will join me to unveil this. Double Doctor, you will join me. And let me call my madam so that I can also have a place in you. Okay, ba. So my beloved will also join me to unveil the cohort 3. So please, let's go ahead. That's the last part. And then any word of encouragement as we close. I know it is a success already. Please, let's come. Please, let's come. YF. Yes, yes. So that all of us will not look below standard of height. All right, so you can, okay? You can help unveil it. Yeah, just pull it down, it will come down. Are you going to count? No, it's okay. 0, 3, 2. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Okay. So please go to academy.drbodioguntoke.com cohort 3 and fill the registration form. We'll make this available also for people that you can share with. And during that time, you have access to other big men and women around us, and then you have the right direction and speed. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I want to appreciate you all for coming. I'm not taking the job of Shevilore.
Thank you very much, GB. DBO almost took my job. Thank you so much for that. Please, people, this is a very rare opportunity. Cohort 3 is starting soon, so make sure to register. Tell your friends, tell your sisters, tell your brothers, your siblings, and everyone. It gives me great pleasure to bring on stage our mother, Mrs. Abimbola Oguntoke, to take the acknowledgement of speakers as we round off for today.
Thank you very much for this opportunity and privilege. I want to appreciate God Almighty for the success of this program. Then I want to appreciate all the speakers, starting from Oluwaferanmi Owolabi, Ezekiel Sholesi, Mr. Olusegun Mojid, Professor Wale Obadare, and Yemi Fasheun. We are so grateful for making this program. Without you, this program will not be a success. So we are so, so grateful for sharing out of the wealth of your knowledge, even to bless this whole house, both physical and virtual participants. I want to thank you all for coming too, for making out time to come and grow yourself, even to be a better future, and a better future builder of this nation, Nigeria. I pray the Lord God Almighty will help us and will be great men and women to better this nation and even the whole world. Thank you all for coming. God bless you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the acknowledgement of speakers, and thank you to all the speakers as well for their time and knowledge shared with us today. We're supposed to have the last sponsors deck. We're supposed to have the last sponsors deck from First Asset Management. Do we have Mr. Lucy on seat? Please, a round of applause for him.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I stand on all existing protocols. My name is Olatunde Oluwatuyi. I'm an investment advisor with First Asset Management. We used to be known as FBN Quest Asset Management. So I believe while we're trying to build our careers, it also indicates that we want to grow our purses, we want to make more money. But making money is not exactly the same as building wealth. And for that reason, we encourage everyone to be investment-minded. We've spoken about political awareness or political quotient, even data-driven quotient, emotional quotient. Investment quotient is also very important. And beyond just having the large amounts to invest, maybe you want to buy bonds, you want to buy T-bills, we have mutual funds that you can always start with. As a matter of fact, our money market fund, with as low as 5,000 naira, you can even start building from there. And some would say, I prefer to, to look at the stock market, the higher the risk, the higher the returns. But however, I do not really have sufficient knowledge to glide through the stock market. We have a fund as well that can take care of that, and that is our Smart Beta Equity Fund. Beta in finance is about volatility, and in this case, smart volatility, taking that right take. Our equity fund, about 2 years ago, returned even over 60%. Last year, did even over 40%. This year alone is already around 40%, as a matter of fact. So you can consider our equity fund, our money market fund with as low as 5,000 rand. Before you know it, you built even from 5,000 to millions. And by the time you become CEOs and we become even our mentors that we look forward to becoming, you would have also grown wealth like in a very large, in a very vast numbers. Thank you so much from First Asset Management.
Thank you for that. Quickly, I will bring up Mr. Olusheye Joseph to come take the recognition of partners and sponsors.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone, all our speakers, all our sponsors, First Insurance Broker, TI Direction Communication, First Securities, Bezali Consulting, and YF Talent Partner. Thank you very much. Once again, I'm a faculty member of DBO Green Academy, and we've done cohort 1, we've done 2. We are planning for the 3rd one. And I want to assure every one of us that if we sign up onto that cohort, I can assure you that you are going to get different kind of information that you've not heard before. And what does this do? It means that you are going to further improve some of the things that you need to do in your career, some of the things that will make you to be top-notch in whatsoever career that you find yourself. Thank you very much. Once again, I want to thank all the partners, all those who have supported us from beginning to the end. It's not easy organizing this event, but I want to say that, please, if you are part of this cohort to organize this event, please stand up. Please, let's come to this podium and let's appreciate ourselves. Thank you. Please, everybody just come out, please.
Organizing committee, please come forward. You've done a great job. You've done very, very well. Are they the ones going out? Organizing committee, please come forward, not outside. Please, let's give a round of applause to the people that made this possible. You have no idea the amount of time, efforts, and resources it took to bring this together. And it's a successful one because they volunteered. It's not a paid job. Oh. It's not paid at all. These people volunteered their time, their resources, and efforts for you. They did this because of you, our online audience. These are the people that made this possible. Please, a round of applause. Don't stop clapping. Don't stop clapping for them. They have done a great job. So we say thank you to all of you. We recognize your efforts. We recognize your time and all the valuable inputs that you put into this. Thank you so much. You can come forward, please. We appreciate you. We celebrate you. Please come forward. TL, please come forward. We appreciate you too. TL, please. TL will give us the closing remarks.
This is quite unscripted, but I know I'm a very shy person. I personify it. Again, I want to thank everyone. I must maybe just give me like 30 seconds. One way or the other, Dr. Bode found a way around it to getting me incorporated, indoctrinated into this program. And every time I remember what he's doing with his team, I'm more or less enamored and interested in being part of it, because you might not see the reward now, but over time in the future, we're going to see the reward in terms of building character for people and for the country. So for those of us who have found time to be part of this event, even those online, we want to thank you for making our time. And we pray that we will reap the benefit of the rewards of this participation. Once again, as we go back to our various homes, we say safe trip, and we're looking forward to another event, another edition. When will that be? The reason why I'm asking is because I'm a new inductee into this, into it, and I thank you once again for being part of this event. God bless.
Thank you, TL. Now we've come to the end, officially, the end of today's program, the end of the very first session of the Career Summit of DBO Green Academy. Please let us rise to our feet as we honor our nation, Nigeria, by singing the national anthem. First stanza, technical.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Thank you so much. We're at the point where you can network. If there's anybody that you've been wanting to talk to, please do well to go to them, talk to them, smile with them, exchange numbers, exchange cards, drop your CV, take pictures. We have a picture stand outside there. Please take pictures, post on your socials, on Instagram, on TikTok, on Facebook, on your WhatsApp status. Tell people that you enjoyed your time here. Thank you so much for coming. And Shemilore bows out.